Chapter 1351. In the vast starry sky, a spatial fold appeared out of thin air and spun faster. It quickly turned into a wormhole, and hundreds of thousands of World Tree battleships sailed out. They're finally here. In the command room of the main ship, a creature that looked like a stick insect stood with his arms crossed. Judging from his attire, he was a high-ranking officer with a series of medals hanging on his chest. Orwell, the World Tree military commander, belonged to the External Combat Guidance Group. This was a talent pool formed by the elite mid-level commanders of the World Tree. This person was in charge of exploration, infiltration, intelligence theft, and other special operations missions all year round. He was currently in charge of the 274th Exploration Corps, which was also the fleet that had been sent here. His skin was like a leaf, and his veins were clearly visible. They flowed with an emerald green light, and he looked like a plant that had turned into a spirit. This was one of the World Tree's blessed races, the Green Demon. Not all races that were devoured by the World Tree were qualified to become blessed races. Blessed races were elite races that had been endowed by the World Tree. Like a beyond grade A race, they had an extremely high super awakening rate, as well as special talents and a natural connection with the World Tree. Orwell fiddled with the medal on his chest and slowly ordered, "All units, pay attention. According to the plan, split up and take a detour to the navigation target. Try your best to avoid the enemy fleet that you might encounter. Our goal is to reach our destination, not to be in a stalemate with the enemy's intercepting forces." The previous few wormhole passages had been interfered with by the space stabilization anchor and had not been able to teleport them over, causing the 274th Exploration Corps to be on standby for a few days. The World Tree naturally guessed the strategy of the three universal civilizations and knew that this unknown civilization wanted to stop them in this area and not let them reach their territory. Therefore, the World Tree decided to let the exploration team split up and take a detour. With hundreds of thousands of exploration ships, every additional route would increase the number of teleportation coordinates for the World Tree. As long as the opponent's space stabilization orbit was not blocked in time, they could slowly explore until they reached the other party's territory. This method was time-consuming and energy-consuming, but the World Tree did not lack patience. The method was simple, crude, and effective. If one path was blocked, they could just take a longer detour next time. Sooner or later, they would be able to infiltrate the enemy's interception net. Their advantage was that they did not care about losses, and they had enough capital to try and make mistakes. The thing they were least afraid of was a tug of war. Under Orwell's orders, the hundreds of thousands of battleships scattered in all directions, like flowing lights scattering from the heavens, rapidly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Orville's subordinates swaggered forward along the route of the previous exploration team. Although the executive officers believe that this civilization is suspected to be the home of the previous outsider, there's no way to confirm it at the moment. If it's not, we don't know if there's any individual power here. Orwell narrowed his eyes and casually glanced at a figure who was resting with his eyes closed in the corner of the command room. The World Tree had specially sent a Holy Tree emissary to follow the ship. If they encountered enemy intercepting troops, they would act according to the situation. Their goal was to force out the individual strength of this unknown civilization. It did not matter even if they were sacrificed. 3 days later, a small fleet of the Arcane Church searched along the path of the exploration team. The captain was connected to the command channel, listening to the frequent reports from other troops with a serious expression. At present, we have intercepted a total of 7,200 enemy ships. We have discovered that the enemy is taking detours, but we do not know the total size of the enemy. "Sir, this is not good for us," the deputy beside him said worriedly. "It's indeed not good." The captain nodded solemnly. "But we can only do our best to intercept them." The World Tree had split up too many troops, and it would not use all the routes as a medium for diviners. Therefore, even the Destiny's Child channel could not monitor all the routes of this exploration army. The three universal civilizations could only send troops to patrol everywhere, sifting through various areas like a sieve, intercepting the fish that escaped the net. This method was like finding a needle in a haystack. To a large extent, they could only rely on luck, and it would also cause their troops to be scattered. However, the defense circle had not been built yet, so they could only use a stupid method to catch the World Tree's attack. No matter how troublesome it was, they could not let the World Tree Exploration Army directly attack. The Outer Realm Defense Circle was a huge project. The principle was to use the flickering world as the center and build a virtual sphere. Then, it would continuously expand and spread until it covered the current location. Then, the three universal civilizations would cut a spherical arc in the direction of the World Tree's advance. According to the situation, they would enlarge or shrink it to form a three-dimensional boundary. This would determine the basic range of the defense circle. Then, they would build a large number of wormholes to quickly support the base stations to make up for the problem of the battle line being too long. Due to the large area of the arc, this seemed to be an impossible project, but it was actually just a limitation in terms of manpower and resources. With the efficiency of the three universal civilizations, the scale of their military strength, and their resource reserves, it was enough to bear such a project. Since they did not want to be driven straight in by the World Tree, there were not many tricks to be used to build a defense line. Just as the captain was about to speak, the anti-stealth radar suddenly issued a warning. It pointed diagonally ahead, showing a group of unknown targets that were moving. "We've encountered them. Let's go." The captain's eyes narrowed, and he immediately gave the order. The fleet immediately changed direction and headed toward the target. The target locked onto by the radar did not turn around and headed straight for them. Not long after, this arcane church fleet met with the troops, personally led by Orwell, and appeared within sight of each other. "Fire!" The captain did not say anything else. With a ferocious expression, he let out a Li Yun-long roar. The arcane church fleet immediately opened fire and fired a round of shots. The cannons on the ship lit up with a dark red light, followed by a dazzling beam of light that tore through the starry sky. At the same time, Orwell's personal troops also counterattacked. Two waves of light intersected and shot into each other's formation, causing sparks to fly on the shield. Neither side had any intention of communicating. The moment they met, it was a fierce battle. They exchanged blows and shot at each other happily. Just as the two sides were fighting intensely, a mental wave suddenly erupted from Orwell's flagship and swept across the arcane church fleet in the blink of an eye. Many arcane church battleships seemed to have been triggered. They suddenly shot out complicated magic circuits made of energy to block the mental wave head-on. Magic sparks flew everywhere from the explosion, and they immediately became much dimmer. They flickered nonstop and were heavily injured. Beyond grade A psychic. Request backup. The captain's expression changed, and he immediately asked for help in the command channel. As there were too many search teams, the limited number of beyond grade, as was naturally not enough to be assigned to the various teams, so they were all on standby in the main base. Only when the search team encountered a World Tree expert would they be able to request for beyond grade A support. In order to prevent the memories of the ordinary crew members from being stolen by mental magic, psychic, and other means, the search spaceships have been specially treated. They have been equipped with mental barrier strengthening devices and engraved with special industrial enchantments to resist mental invasion. The number of times depended on the strength of the other party, so that the crew members would not be killed instantly. Not long after he said that, a phantom suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Then, it suddenly solidified, and Kasui descended through the multidimensional sky, opening transportation device. This is the individual strength of the World Tree. Kasui narrowed his eyes, and a look of interest flashed across his eyes. The next moment, boundless psychic energy surged out like a flood and slammed toward Orwell's troops. The psychic energy released by this holy tree emissary suddenly rolled back and turned into a shield to protect the fleet. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before it was crushed into dust by Kasui's ocean-like psychic energy. The exploration spaceships were crushed into scrap metal one after another and exploded into fireworks. Seeing this, the Holy Tree emissary hurriedly rushed out of the main ship and attacked Kasui. The psychic wave turned into a needle and shot toward Kasui's brain. There was a ding sound, but it could not pierce through Kasui's thick mental barrier at all. Without another word, Kasui released an even more condensed psychic energy and immediately bound this Holy Tree emissary. The huge difference in energy level made his opponent almost unable to move. "Let me see your memories." Kasui's eyes flashed, and his psychic energy entered the brain of the Holy Tree emissary. This was the first time he had come into contact with a World Tree powerhouse. Before this, he had only heard about it from Han Xiao and had not experienced it personally. At this moment, he could not help but want to pry into the other party's memories. However, the moment the psychic tentacles entered the Holy Tree emissary's mind, a majestic pressure suddenly came through the mental connection. Boom! An indescribable fear crashed into Kasui's heart, and he instantly felt a bone-deep palpitation and fear. It was as if he was being looked at by an endless giant beast. An extremely strong sense of vigilance suddenly rose in his mind, as if something extremely terrifying would happen if he did not cut off the mental connection. This was because the World Tree's mental network connected all individuals. Once one tried to use mental methods to peek into the memories of an individual, it was equivalent to connecting to the World Tree. Outsiders would immediately feel the immense pressure of the mental network, as well as the strong pressure. It would also be sensed by the World Tree. If one continued to maintain the mental connection, it would give the World Tree a chance to devour one's soul in reverse. At the very least, the World Tree would go crazy. This is the World Tree? Kasui hurriedly retracted his psychic energy, his eyes filled with surprise. He finally understood why Han Xiao was so afraid when he mentioned the World Tree. Although it was only a glimpse, he almost collapsed at this moment. The pressure of facing a high-level existence was deeply engraved in his heart. After dismissing the thought of peeking into the memories, Kasui increased his strength, and his psychic energy bombarded the Holy Tree emissary. Not long after, the consciousness of the Holy Tree emissary was crushed, and his body exploded into pieces. In the only remaining exploration flagship, Orwell lit a cigarette and took a puff. He looked at the artillery fire outside the window and shook his head helplessly. TSK, I didn't succeed. I hope I'll be lucky next time." The next second, the artillery fire drowned the spaceship, and it exploded. All the crew members, including Orwell, turned into seeds and returned to the embrace of the World Tree. At the same time, in the Tree King Palace of the World Tree civilization. What a powerful psychic. He killed Manny so easily. The faces of Tidrian and the other executives tensed up. They had been watching the entire process of Orwell and the sacrificed Holy Tree emissary through the mental network. Did you see how this psychic arrived? It's similar to the teleportation method used by the outsider last time. The Heart Tree King said calmly, "There's a 70% chance that this unknown civilization is the hometown of that outsider. This is good news." The subduing Tree King nodded. The outsider last time had already made them feel pressured. If they encountered a new enemy at this juncture, they would also doubt if they could fight on two fronts and eat two prey at the same time. But now that they had more or less confirmed that the two were the same enemy, it was a relief. If that was the case, the exploration team had found the enemy's lair when they had no clue. It was simply an auspicious sign that fate was on their side. This psychic's standard should not be as good as that outsider's, but he's still powerful enough. Ordinary Holy Tree emissaries are far from his match. It can be seen that this is indeed a civilization with very developed individual strength, Tidrian pondered. The Heart Tree King nodded and slowly said, "The other party's strategy is very clear. They plan to build an interception circle here. It's obvious that it hasn't been built yet, so we can destroy it. Next time, choose a set of coordinates to teleport at the back and let the troops build a temporary base there as a guide. When the time comes, gather the troops and launch a general attack." We don't need to gather intelligence before launching a general attack like before. The subduing tree king turnaround. Of course, we have to gather intelligence, but focusing on this is too conservative and inflexible. It's best to adjust the plan according to the situation. Gathering intelligence is one thing, but it's also important to take the opportunity to disrupt the enemy's deployment. The two don't conflict. If we let the enemy build an interception circle comfortably, we'll have to spend more than 10 times the cost to break through. We might as well make a move now and destroy the enemy's plan. The Heart Tree King narrowed his eyes. The World Tree civilization style was more pragmatic. He did not have the habit of waiting for others to transform before making a move. Chapter 1352. In the command room of the main base of the intercepting battle zone, reports of successful interceptions were continuously sent back. Simon and the others were surrounding the real-time star map to control the entire situation, while the Beyond Grade as were on standby. The 10 multidimensional sky opening transportation devices outside the window were in a preheated state, ready to be activated at any time. This time, a light flashed in the corner of the room, and Kasui, who had changed into the king's suit, teleported back to the room. Wrapped in Han Zhao's mechanical force, he immediately attracted the attention of the others. "You're back? How do you feel?" Han Zhao raised his brows and took back the king's suit on Kasui. Because the multidimensional sky opening transportation device was only responsible for one-way teleportation, the intercepting troops naturally did not bring another set of teleportation devices. Therefore, Han Zhao borrowed the king mechanical suit and asked the other Beyond Grade as to bring one set when they were out. After they were done, he would use mechanical force to pull it back, increasing the efficiency. The Beyond Grade, as of the World Tree, are quite strong. Kasui nodded solemnly. However, he was trampled to death by you. I feel like you're praising yourself in disguise. Sun Hunter was suspicious. Ahem, I'm evaluating him based on the standards of ordinary Beyond Grade as. Don't include peak Beyond Grade as. The other party's psychic power is relatively strong. That light green energy seems to have greatly increased his psychic power. He can probably fight one. 6 Cisco on our side, Kasui pondered. Not bad. The dynasty has Kohler, and you have Cisco. This kind of cushion, basic combat strength unit is still more convenient for us to compare strength, Lotus Swordsman said calmly. Fortunately, neither of them were here, so no one jumped out to refute. Everyone nodded. What you're talking about is the combat strength increase brought about by the connection of the World Tree. Basically, every Beyond Grade A of the World Tree civilization enjoys this bonus. It's equivalent to everyone having a Wonder Grade Universal Treasure, Han Zhao replied. So, the average combat strength of the other party's Beyond Grade as is higher than ours. Manison's Lord's Avatar asked. You can say that. Han Zhao spread his hands. However, in terms of high-end combat strength, they should be about the same. The 5 Tree Kings and the 10-leaf executive officers under them are on their own. The 13 ancestral spirits and the high-level Holy Tree emissaries are extraordinary, and there are also the high-level military generals in charge of foreign wars all year round. We can still fight. It sounds like he's not to be trifled with. Secret Master shook his head. Kasui frowned and said, Speaking of which, I just tried to pry into the other party's memories, but I felt a powerful pressure. If I didn't withdraw my psychic power in time, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured. Is it the power of the World Tree? That's right, that's the World Tree. Don't use your mental strength to probe the memories of any member of the World Tree. They are all connected together and are protected by the World Tree. Furthermore, their thoughts are monitored. Once there is a deviation, it will be corrected to prevent spying, possession, and other mental methods, Han Zhao explained. They're just like slaves who can never rebel against their masters. Kasui sighed and then asked curiously, Then how did you get the information from them? Do you even need to ask? I'm stronger than you guys. Han Zhao was very honest. Everyone was speechless. Even though it's the truth, why do we want to hit you so badly? Everyone ignored Han Zhao and asked Kasui all sorts of questions. Although everyone present had read the information about the hundreds of world tree experts that Han Xiao had collected previously, they were still very curious about Kasui's experience. Han Xiao did not mind and shook his head. He stood up and walked to Simon and the other side. As he listened to the orders of the upper echelons and staff officers, he looked at the changes in the real-time star map. There were densely packed light spots on the star map. Each of them represented an intercepting force, and they were changing dynamically. There were crosses in some places, which represented the locations where they had successfully intercepted the enemy. There was a circle of light around the crosses, as well as lines that extended out, representing the possible routes of the other world tree exploration teams. The interception situation is not bad now. It's all thanks to your intelligence, Simon said when he saw Han Xiao walking over. We're just helping each other. Han Xiao did not mind. Simon nodded and sighed. However, the intercepting circle is still too passive. We can only try our best to prevent the World Tree Exploration Team from entering our territory. However, if we defend for a long time, we will definitely lose. As long as the enemy goes around far enough, there will be fish that escape the net sooner or later. We can only think of a way to delay this moment. There's nothing we can do about that. After all, our opponent is the World Tree. Han Xiao shrugged. That's right. This civilization is practically born for war. If it were any other opponent, we wouldn't have to defend our home like we are now. What a troublesome enemy. Simon was helpless. The three universal civilizations were also overlord civilizations. If the enemy was not a war machine like the World Tree, with their current intelligence advantage, they might have already thought of a way to take the initiative to attack. However, no tactic could be applied to all situations. Taking the initiative to attack depended on who the opponent was. If they ignored the opponent's actual situation and used the tactics in the tactical manual, they would most likely suffer heavy losses. After all, they were not like the World Tree, who could fight with their resources without any heartache. With the Karma Republic as an example, the World Tree's strongest point was not its fiery invasion, but its constant encroachment. Furthermore, Han Zhao's intelligence had already shown that the main body was the foundation of the World Tree. If this was a real-time strategy game, then the World Tree territory would at most be a sub-base. The main base would still be in the fog of war, and the three universal civilizations would have exposed the location of their main base and be attacked. It was naturally not worth it to exchange bases with a sub-base. Furthermore, the other party's explosive speed was even faster. After sorting out his emotions, Simon took out his pocket watch and said, "The interception circle is still in the construction stage, and we lack manpower the most. How long will it take for the beyond grade A fleet of your association to arrive?" "Soon. They're gathering at the teleportation point," Han Xiao replied. The current flickering world was quickly turning into a war zone, and unrelated people were leaving at high speed. The Radiant Federation did not hesitate to take out a large number of multi-dimensional sky-opening transportation devices and set up a gathering point in the Dawn Star cluster to teleport the follow-up troops over. The fleets of the Black Star Corps and other beyond Grade A organizations were rushing there. Simon nodded and said, "As soon as possible. The more manpower we have, the sooner the interception circle can be completed. The longer we keep the World Tree out of our territory, the better." The Galactic Era emphasized efficiency. Advanced mobility reduced the time taken to travel, and many things could be encountered every day. However, on a higher scale, many things needed a long time to evolve. In the next few days, the three universal civilizations' interception forces played hide and seek with the World Tree's 274th exploration team. The exploration teams were wiped out one after another, but due to the detour, the battle line became longer and longer. At the same time, batch after batch of reinforcements from the beyond Grade A organizations also arrived at the interception zone and quickly entered the construction of the interception circle. Wormhole after wormhole support base stations were quickly built and connected to each other like a large net, forming layers of barriers. The area was rapidly expanding every day, spreading further and further. The interception zone was already the front line. more beyond grade as it finished their matters and arrived one after another. The number of people quickly approached 100. On this day, on the observation deck of the main base, Han Xiao stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bright galaxy. He seemed to be thinking about life, but he was actually scrolling through the forums to check the reactions of the players who had arrived at the front line. Just as he was focused on reading the post, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Han Xiao turned off the interface and looked back. It was Hela and Aurora. "You guys are here too?" Han Xiao glanced at the two of them. "We just arrived." Hela's expression was calm. "I know that with your personality, you definitely won't miss such a battle." Han Xiao shook his head. He did not force the two sisters to participate, nor did he force them to stay behind. After all, the two of them were already beyond grade as, so he had to respect their wishes. If they came voluntarily, he would not stop them. Furthermore, the two sisters were indeed outstanding combatants. Since we have to fight the enemy together, we naturally can't stay out of it. With my current strength, I don't have the habit of accepting protection with a clear conscience, Hela said slowly. Han Xiao glanced at Aurora. "What about you?" Since my sister is here, I'll definitely follow. Otherwise, what if she gets killed? Plus, my ability should be of great use." Aurora smiled. "Here, she might be safer than me." Hela snorted. This was also one of the reasons why she did not stop Aurora from following. "With you here, the safety of the other beyond grade, as will be guaranteed." Han Xiao nodded at Aurora. "Don't misunderstand. We have other plans. This is a good place to strengthen the underworld." Hela waved her hands. "It is indeed a good opportunity." Han Xiao nodded in agreement. With the underworld here, even if the warriors below the beyond grade A level died, they would have a chance to be reborn. The meat grinder of war had always been a treasure land for collecting souls. As long as the underworld could store them, there would be no problem. However, the World Tree warriors were bound by the connection, and their souls would not drop even if they died. It was unlikely that they would be able to capture them, and the underworld would most likely only be able to retrieve the dead soldiers of the three universal civilizations. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not dare let the two sisters take the risk to capture the members of the World Tree. If the connection between the World Tree and the underworld was not broken, because of this, the coordinates of the underworld and the secondary dimensions would be exposed. It would not be good if the World Tree followed the clues and attacked the underworld. However, this did not affect the strategic importance of the underworld. In Han Zhao's eyes, the underworld had the ability to change the overall situation. Its effect was not inferior to the Sanctum Revival, and it even surpassed it in some aspects. Unfortunately, Aurora's accumulation was still too little. If she was allowed to grow for another few decades, the power of the underworld could reach a new height. Han Xiao turned back to look out of the window and said with a deep voice, "I have a feeling that the World Tree will not sit still and watch us deploy the defense line. I'm afraid they will organize a large-scale attack very soon, and a tough battle might break out soon. It will also be the first large-scale battle between the three universal civilizations and the World Tree." "Is this your intuition?" Hela raised her brows. "No, it's just a prediction based on the World Tree style." Han Xiao stroked his chin side and said, "Don't worry. No matter what, you have to protect yourselves. I might not be able to take care of the intensity of a universal war." "I'll take care of myself," Hela replied calmly. In the territory of the World Tree civilization, an endless fleet was spread out in the universe. In the distance, streams of light kept shooting over, turning into new troops that merged into the group, causing the scale to continuously expand. Many executive officers nodded silently when they saw this. After Heart Tree King decided to launch a strong attack, they immediately mobilized the various armies and gathered here to wait for orders. Due to the superior characteristics of the mental network, the efficiency of the World Tree Civilization's gathering of troops was extremely shocking. Very soon, a large expeditionary army with 8 billion battleships was formed, ready to attack at any time. "Your Excellency, Tree King, when will the attack begin?" An executive officer turned to look at the two Tree Kings. The subduing Tree King did not say anything and turned to look at Heart Tree King. The scale isn't enough. Gather more people, Heart Tree King said slowly. Your standard is... Tidrian probed. This is the first battle. Treat this attack as a greeting. The size of the fleet should be at least 50 billion. Otherwise, we won't be able to take it out. If they can't even block this little attack, then we can use bolder tactics in the future. Heart Tree King's tone was so calm that it was as if he had only thrown out a small chip on the gambling table. However, he paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, we have to consider the possibility of that outsider participating in the battle. That person is not easy to deal with. Chapter 1353. The interception work was still in full swing. Because the opponent only brought one holy tree emissary, the other intercepting troops did not encounter any individual strength. Only Kasui was dispatched once. The other beyond grade, as did not have the chance to make a move and were on standby at the main base of the interception zone. In the cubicle of the command room, nearly 100 beyond grade as were gathered together, doing their own things. Some were supervising the situation, some were resting with their eyes closed, some were handling matters, some were chatting casually, and some were even playing cards on such a serious occasion. It was simply unreasonable. Speaking of which, it's been a while since our two groups sat down and chatted together. Kant looked at the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations who were sitting upright and said with a sigh, when the three universal civilizations targeted the association, Hanshao did not allow the direct beyond grade as to participate in the regular meeting. After the lockdown was lifted, due to various matters, they had not restored the normal treatment of the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations in the association. Therefore, when they were on standby at the main base, it was a situation where the association members and the direct beyond grade sat together and chatted. Now that we're all facing a common enemy, let's not talk about the past for the time being. We're just doing it for our own masters. Olu sighed and glanced at Han Shao, who was in a daze, browsing the forums, with a complicated expression. Don't confuse us with you. You have masters, but we don't. It's all for ourselves. Sun Hunter curled his lips. Olu was silent for a few seconds before changing the topic. I see that not all the members of your association are here. Why aren't the others here? They're still considering. Kasui shook his head. You guys are participating in the battle. They're just watching from the back. You guys can accept this? Olu raised his brows. That's why you guys should kneel down and be grateful to us. Damn it. Just thinking about it makes me feel so great, Sun Hunter cursed. Kasui explained helplessly. Someone has to set an example. If not for Black Star taking the lead, we might not have come. At this moment, Claudia, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and slowly said, Then, do you guys have the resolve to die in battle? Hearing this, everyone paused and turned to look. Claudia was expressionless and calm. We, the direct descendants, have entered the battle with the determination to sacrifice our lives. Aren't you selfish people afraid of losing your lives? Even if there's a sanctum revival, I'm sure none of you are willing to spend a chance to revive and hand over the initiative of life to others. You're right. Of course, no one is willing to sacrifice themselves if they can live. However, we need to personally experience the strength of the enemy in order to know what's going on. So, don't expect us to fight to the death for you. We're just fulfilling our end of the deal. We've already done our best to help you. Secret Master responded indifferently. At that moment, Olu looked at Han Shao, who wasn't participating in the conversation, and said loudly, Black Star, if we die, you will help us revive, right? Hearing this, Han Shao turned around and glanced at him, giving him a concise reply. He wasn't familiar with Olu before, but after interacting with him for a few days, he found him to be as easy to deal with as the others said. Yes. Then I'm relieved. If I can leave my body behind when I die in battle, please make a specimen out of the space-time amber and let me bring it away after I revive, lest others covet my handsomeness and steal my body home. Ola made a joke, but no one laughed. Do you think you're very humorous? Sun Hunter rolled his eyes. Han Shao couldn't be bothered with the people chatting. He looked away and continued to browse the forums. Currently, more than 90% of the players in the universe had come to the front lines. Most of them were rubbing their hands, looking forward to the war starting soon. Such large-scale war operations had always been a good opportunity for the players to gain experience. Most of the army players participating in the operation could gain experience more efficiently, which was beneficial for Han Xiao to accumulate experience. However, the players had not reached the level limit of the version, so the best use of experience was to level up on their own. Only after reaching the level limit would they have a lot of excess experience to do other things. This meant that when most of the players reached the maximum level, his efficiency of harvesting experience would increase by a lot. Now, it was not the fastest time to harvest experience. It's a pity that the role of the players can't reach the level of my previous life. Han Xiaoxin was speechless. The World Tree War was originally a late version, but due to the butterfly effect, it had been brought forward to version 5.0. In his previous life, it was only a mid-version. The players had lost a few versions of accumulation, and the level limit was reduced by dozens of levels. Naturally, their role on the battlefield was not as good as in his previous life. In his previous life, the players had a very high strategic value. The Immortal Death Squad, formed by high-level supers, had made a lot of contributions in many local battlefields. Now that this force was gone, it would definitely affect all aspects. Fortunately, the fate of Hela and her sister had been rewritten by him. The underworld should be able to fill this gap. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was thinking, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a message from Oathkeeper. Han Xiao took it out and took a look. His expression changed slightly, and he said with a deep voice, "The World Tree is recruiting an army. It's estimated to be tens of billions. It's preparing to launch a strong attack." Hearing this, the chatter in the room disappeared. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look over. Their expressions were solemn, surprised, and fearful. Han Xiao immediately walked out of the cubicle and shared the information with Simon and the others. The other Beyond Grade has also stood up and followed behind Han Xiao. Simon and the other commanders had been supervising the entire situation outside the cubicle. When they heard the information Han Xiao shared, their expressions changed. They hurriedly opened the long-distance communication and reported the situation to the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. The figures of the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations appeared on the long-distance communication screen. The 3 of them listened to the report with solemn expressions and nodded solemnly. Is the World Tree Civilization preparing to attack? Got it. We will send the order for the various armies to gather at the front lines and prepare for a tough battle. As he spoke, Mar Bruce exhaled, and his tone carried a hint of relief. Blackstar, your news this time is still very timely. You bought us a lot of time. The World Tree Civilization was still in the recruitment phase, and before they could gather their fleet, they were detected by Destiny's Child and sent to Han Xiao. This was a huge advantage. The other party would not attack so quickly, so they had plenty of time to prepare. If they knew the other party's next move in advance, the 3 universal civilizations would be able to react in advance. Black Star's intelligence channel had made contributions more than once, but every time, the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations would feel that he had helped them in their hour of need. It's not easy to deal with a fleet of tens of billions. Although I provided the advantage of intelligence, you guys are the main force. Han Xiao nodded. The World Tree Civilization had sent out tens of billions of battleships, which was indeed not a small force. However, in the scale of a universal war, this was not considered a general attack. The scale of tens of billions of battleships was not at the level where they were invincible. The mobilization ability of internal and external battles could not be compared. When there were no external enemies, the 3 universal civilizations would control their military strength to an appropriate standard and would not expand their army on a large scale to avoid excessive military expenditure. They would mainly store strategic resources. Once they fully entered the state of war industry, they would quickly turn into a militaristic mode. All the military factories under them would be filled with soldiers day and night, and their military strength would increase every day. The scale of the World Tree's attack was not enough for the three universal civilizations to immediately give up on intercepting them. Unless they could not stop them at all, it was not the time to use the strategic rear to exchange for time. This time, a staff officer stroked his chin and said, "Since the other party is still in the process of recruiting troops, should we try to take the initiative to attack and harass them?" Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him before retracting their gazes. Simon glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "The World Tree's information forewarning network covers the entire territory. If we encounter it, we'll be exposed. What do we harass? Furthermore, any army can travel quickly through the territory, almost teleporting. Their mobility is far from what we can compare to. It's a natural ambush circle. Once we're exposed, we'll be surrounded by countless fleets. No matter how many of us go, we'll be eaten." Another commander pulled the topic back on track and said with a deep voice, "The Wormhole Rapid Support Base Station has already covered the current intercepting circle. No matter which intercepting area the World Tree hits, we can start a positional battle and stop the other party from breaking through." The intercepting circle was divided into many levels, and there were strategic areas of different distances between the different levels. The Rapid Support Base Station was a connecting channel, ensuring that the troops in the various areas would look after each other. Both the observation layer and the garrison layer had completed the relevant configuration. No matter where they encountered a strong enemy, they could quickly send in their main forces. As for whether the World Tree's assault troops would hit the intercepting circle, it was not a big problem. Although the intercepting circle was still under construction, it did not need to be fully formed to be effective. In essence, it was very similar to a race. It just needed to expand faster than the enemy. At the same time, the intercepting troops were also constantly setting up space anchoring orbits to clear the coordinates of the exploration teams, causing the opponent's starting point to move back as much as possible. As a result, they could only continue to travel normally and remain in the intercepting circle. It seems like the World Tree doesn't plan to just give us an appetizer. It's going to give us a main course. This is the first time I've experienced a universal war of this scale. Olu's eyes flickered. At this moment, Secret Master pinched his fingers and did a divination. He then said expressionlessly, "My death omen is flashing." With that, his hand gesture changed and magic waves spread out. Everyone sensed something and looked over curiously. "What did you do just now?" "I transferred the bad luck," Secret Master said calmly. "Who did you transfer it to?" "Him." Secret Master pointed at Han Shao. Han Shao looked at the luck reduction status on the interface, and his face was full of question marks. "Do we have a grudge?" "No." "Then why did you transfer the bad luck to me?" "Anyway, you're not afraid. There's no room for your luck to decrease." The corners of Han Zhao's mouth twitched. "Do you think I'm a trash can?" "If not for the fact that there are external enemies, I would have immediately let you know why your chrysanthemum is yellow." Chapter 1354. In the territory of the World Tree Civilization, where the expedition army was gathered, densely packed wormholes were maintained in the starry sky, and World Tree routes extended out from them. An endless fleet shuttled through, constantly expanding the size of the expedition army. There were all kinds of battleships. Nearby, there was a floating watchtower made of light green roots. The subduing Tree King and the Heart Tree King stood there and scanned the expeditionary army's lineup. The Heart Tree King said calmly, "The high-level combatants this time include 3-leaf to 9-leaf executive officers, 7 high-level Holy Tree emissaries, the 13 ancestral spirits ranked 2nd to 6th, the 4 army commanders, and other experts. There are a total of 107 people. This scale is enough to test the opponent's strength and see how developed their individual strength is." "Not bad." The subduing Tree King nodded. More than 100 World Tree experts participated in the expedition. This wave of lone troops had a low survival rate, but when the Heart Tree King sent out these members, he was already prepared to sacrifice all of them. Sacrificing did not mean that it would be for nothing. Using high-level combatants to kill was their usual tactic when facing strong enemies. The enemy's high-level combatants would be gone if they died, and their high-level combatants would return to their seed form after dying. They would wait in their main body for a certain period of time before they could wake up again. This was undoubtedly a good deal for the World Tree. They could use a war of attrition to slowly disintegrate the enemy's strength, causing the strength of both sides to decrease. The World Tree had used this method to defeat one enemy after another, and it had never failed. No one had cracked it, so there was naturally no reason not to use it now. The Heart Tree King turned to look at the Subduing Tree King and said, "They lack a leader. You'll go with them this time." "I have to go too. 3-Leaf Lin, for Leaf Anrian, and a few army commanders are enough to lead the troops. There's no need for me to take the risk." The Subduing Tree King frowned. He was not too willing to participate in this exchanging expedition. The experience of returning to his seed form was not comfortable, and a Tree King needed more time to recover than the others. The Heart Tree King shook his head. "The other party's information collection has not been invaded by us. It is very difficult for the Mother Tree's authority to penetrate the area covered by their information collection. It requires the connection level of the Tree King to allow the Mother Tree's projection to descend, so you have to go." "Okay." The Subduing Tree King nodded and did not ask why it was not the other Tree Kings. Among the 5 great Tree Kings, only he had no other ability other than fighting. From a pragmatic point of view, sacrificing him was the most cost-effective. He was already used to being the vanguard. "We might encounter that outsider this time. You'd better receive a baptism before setting off. Otherwise, you might not be his match," Heart Tree King instructed. "Then I'll go and prepare." As soon as he finished speaking, the Subduing Tree King disappeared. After receiving the information that the World Tree was preparing to attack, the 3 universal civilizations quickly reacted. The highest-level military orders were passed down level by level like electric signals shuttling through a neural network, controlling the limbs of the giant that was the universal civilization. The various armies rushed to the front lines, as though they were clenching their fists to gather their strength. Every few minutes to a few hours, a batch of fleets would arrive at the interception zone. Other than transferring their direct troops, the 3 universal civilizations also recruited the troops of other advanced civilizations, mobilizing the entire explored universe. As a result, the number of troops in the interception zone increased rapidly, increasing by 1 billion every day. Staying near the teleportation point, Han Xiao had seen almost all the main battleships of the various civilizations over the past few days. The 3 universal civilizations' main battleships of all levels, which were rarely seen, were all here. The top main battleships that represented the strongest units were as eye-catching as cranes in a flock of chickens. At the same time, the 3 universal civilizations' transport troops kept sending over all kinds of universal treasures. The equipment used for individual strength was temporarily lent to the many beyond grade and even the association members could distribute it according to their needs. The other strategic universal treasures were given to the different fleets. On the lookout tower of the temporary base, many beyond grade stood in front of the observation window, looking at the scene outside. The surroundings had already become a sea of battleships, almost covering the starry sky. As far as their eyes could see, it was as though there were only countless battleships with a metallic luster. If one looked very far away, this scene was like the scales on a giant beast that were gradually opening and closing. What a huge army! This is the first time I've seen such a scene. Many people exclaimed softly. Usually, the 3 universal civilizations would not mobilize so many troops, and the internal strife would not be so intense. Only the Exploration-era war could be compared to this. This was the first time a considerable number of people had experienced a universal war. Seeing this scene, they had a new understanding of the mobilization ability of the 3 universal civilizations. Although they did not know what the World Tree Army was like, just looking at the army of the 3 universal civilizations, many people's morale was boosted. There's not much we can do in a war of this intensity. Our mission is to strangle the high-level combatants of the other side, Kasuyi said with a deep voice. The high-level combatants are easy to deal with. The enemy has a lot of high-level combatants, so we won't have it easy. With their style, they should be thinking of ways to trade with us. A beyond grade, A said worriedly. As long as you don't leave my healing range, I should be able to guarantee your safety. Hearing this, Aurora interrupted with a gentle tone. We'll rely on you this time. Thankfully, you're here. Sorry to trouble you. Many people hurriedly responded politely, their friendliness close to the max. Through the mechanism of the world tree, it was not difficult to guess that the other party was good at trading tactics. Everyone present knew very well that in such an intense war, the healer was the only thigh that could increase their survival rate. Many people gathered around Aurora like stars surrounding the moon, as if they were a support group. Gila, on the other hand, looked on coldly from the side. The contrast was stark. Manison did not care about the noisy crowd. He went to Han Zhao's side and slowly said, Black Star, you seem a little nervous. Are you worried that your indestructible body won't be able to withstand such an intense battle? Han Zhao turned around and sized him up. He then poked Manison's lord's avatar's chest and said with annoyance, If you dare, come in your true body. If you have the ability, come here with your original body. Let me see if you're nervous. Hell, what a joke. I'm not an anomaly among mechanics like you. I've never done anything that puts me in danger. Manison snorted. Come on, just say it if you're afraid. You still have the face to appear in front of me with your small body. Han Zhao expressed his disdain. Manison laughed disdainfully. He paused for a moment before suddenly retracting his smile. You should know who the strongest person on the World Tree side is, right? The strongest should be the leader of the 5 great Tree Kings, the Ancestral Tree King. Then can you deal with him? Manison was curious. This person is unfathomable. I'm not confident either. Han Zhao shook his head. Among the 5 great Tree Kings, the subduing Tree King, who was a pugilist, was at the bottom, and the Ancestral Tree King was the strongest. Even in the intense battle in his previous life, the Ancestral Tree King was an elusive existence. The number of times he attacked could be counted on one hand, as if he was outside of the war. However, the Ancestral Tree King's battle record was very impressive. Those who died in his hands were all peak beyond grade as, and none of them were weak. It was as if ordinary opponents were not worth his time. At the same time, the Ancestral Tree King was the person with the deepest connection to the World Tree. In a sense, he was the only master of the World Tree. Han Zhao was not sure if he could defeat the other party. Even you don't have confidence, Manison pondered. Just as Han Zhao was about to say something, his communicator vibrated. The room immediately fell silent, and everyone's gazes gathered on Han Zhao. They all realized something, and their expressions turned solemn. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes and took out his communicator to take a look. He paused and took a deep breath. They're here. Chapter 1355. 10 minutes later, in the command room, Simon and the other supreme commanders, as well as the commanders of the various armies, gathered to analyze the enemy's situation. Many beyond grade as listened from the side, and only Han Zhao participated in the discussion. The enemy's location has been exposed. They have built a temporary base in this area far away and sent out many scouts to advance. They have increased the teleportation coordinates. They can choose to teleport and shorten the distance. I estimate that when they encounter the intercepting troops, the main force will jump over. The tactical star map was displayed on the virtual screen with many coordinates marked. Simon would zoom in and out of the map from time to match his explanation, and everyone listened attentively. The main force of the World Tree civilization had already gathered in their own territory, but they did not move out immediately. Instead, they sent out scouts to build a temporary stronghold and get closer to the intercepting circle to obtain closer coordinates as jump points, shortening the distance of normal navigation. This was because once the main force arrived at the war zone, they would not be able to hide and could only travel normally. There was a high chance that they would encounter the over-the-horizon firepower of the 3 universal civilizations along the way. If the teleportation point was too far away from the intercepting circle, the losses would increase. Therefore, they had to shorten the distance as much as possible. Although the World Tree civilization was not afraid of battle losses, they did not want to bathe in artillery fire. Han Xiao had obtained this information from Destiny's Child and shared it with the three universal civilizations. Thus, this battle meeting was held. The enemy's mobilization ability is astonishing. They came very quickly and did not give us much time to gather. Although we have more troops, our advantage is not great. This battle will not be easy to fight, another Supreme Commander said. Currently, our greatest advantage is the home field advantage and depth. We have already set up many traps, ambush areas, and over-the-horizon strike zones in advance. If the enemy's main force is delayed for more than 7 days from the jump point to the intercepting circle, we estimate that we can reduce the enemy fleet by 2 to 7 billion. However, the prerequisite is that the information we stole is accurate enough. The enemy's battleship technology is not different from ours, so they won't take out any black technology, the upper echelon officer in charge of coordinating the construction of the defense line said. As they spoke, everyone turned to look at Han Xiao. Most of the information about the World Tree was provided by Han Xiao. Currently, they could only rely on Han Xiao in terms of intelligence. His contribution was countless times more than all of them. There's no problem with the information. Han Xiao nodded. Although the World Tree civilization was strong and had a bunch of black technologies, their battleship technology did not have much of an advantage. The technology content of their main battleship model was about the same as the three universal civilizations, and there was no generation difference in their performance. This had been shown when they participated in the war in Han Zhao's previous life. So the three universal civilizations did not collapse and withstood the pressure. Simon clapped his hands. The situation is clear now. Next, I will assign you your tasks. He quickly assigned the missions according to the plan, and soon it was the turn of the many beyond great as. Looking at everyone, Simon said in a deep voice, "You don't need to participate in the early stages of the firepower coverage and harassment battle. All of you will remain on standby at the base and wait for the battle. Also, mechanics, don't just sit around. Provide technical support at the virtual network level." All right, everyone nodded in agreement. In a universe-level battle with tens of billions of battleships, their numbers were like a drop in the bucket to the enemy's fleet. Fighting against an entire fleet as individuals was far more risky than beneficial. So this mission did not require the participation of high-level combatants. The battle meeting was short and concise, and the results were out very quickly. Not long after, the official army announcement was sent out, and the war machine was quickly activated. The commanders followed the orders, and the fleets sailed out of the port one after another, turning into streams of light and disappearing into the universe. The players who were on standby in the various fleets received a few main storyline war missions that they had been longing for, and the forums were once again filled with discussions. Han Xiao had also triggered these missions. After browsing through them carefully, he realized that the situation was roughly the same as the main storyline missions of the World Tree War in his previous life. They were all about killing the enemy for contribution points and contribution points for rewards, but there was a slight difference in the description of the mission. In his previous life, most of the words used were resist and block, but now, the description of the mission was more positive, and the relevant missions were adjusted according to the butterfly effect. For example, this intercepting battle that did not exist in his previous life had formed a branch mission. If he could complete the strategic goal of stopping the enemy, not only would he obtain high rewards, but it would also have a positive impact on the overall battle situation. This was also a characteristic of the World Tree main storyline. Every local battle would form a branch mission, and the results of the battle would dynamically affect the overall strategy. In his previous life, the players had decent combat strength in the later versions, and sometimes they could influence some local battles. However, in a battle of this scale, the outcome was not up to them. They could only try their best to open up a breakthrough and create opportunities for the main force. This was also the role that the players often played in battles in his previous life. The rewards of this kind of main storyline mission were mainly EXP. To Han Xiao, it was a drop in the bucket, but to the players, it was extremely rich. If they could obtain the victory reward of the intercepting battle branch mission, their EXP per capita would increase by a large amount. As a terminal for harvesting EXP, the players were like a reservoir to Han Xiao. The players did missions and worked to create wealth, EXP, and then a portion of the wealth flowed to him through consumption and other means, helping him develop. Without leaks shining brightly, how could he maintain the super combat strength increase over the years? Therefore, this kind of large-scale collective mission had always been Han Zhao's favorite. Be it for strategic considerations or the goal of harvesting EXP, he wanted to do his best to win this battle and speed up the accumulation of EXP. As Han Xiao and the other Beyond Grade as did not participate in the harassment battle at the front line, they only watched the frontline battle reports in the base every day and monitored the overall situation. The three universal civilizations first eliminated and intercepted the scouts. Not long after, the World Tree finally chose the nearest jump point, and the expeditionary army officially arrived, heading toward the intercepting circle. The large army was attacked by over-the-horizon firepower along the way, and they passed through many trap areas, resulting in some losses. However, even though they were frequently harassed by the three universal civilizations, the distance between the large army and the intercepting circle was still shrinking every day, getting closer and closer. The situation developed step by step, and the World Tree Expeditionary Army finally came into contact with the intercepting circle. The armies of the three universal civilizations were on alert, and the large armies of the two sides finally broke out in a direct confrontation. Many Beyond Grade as were summoned. The light of the multi-dimensional sky, opening transportation device, filled their vision. The next moment, Han Xiao and the other Beyond Grade as were teleported to the main command ship at the back of the battlefield. "You're finally here." Simon nodded to the crowd in greeting. "How's the situation now?" Han Xiao asked as he turned to look out the window like everyone else. What entered his eyes was a magnificent battlefield that stretched as far as the eye could see. Hundreds of billions of battleships were engaged in a chaotic battle on both sides, and their formations were intertwined. It was as if endless battleships were weaving an impenetrable net of light. In such a large-scale battle, it was extremely difficult to coordinate. The basic command was based on the various formations, and they were divided into different battle zones. The special technologies and universal treasures of both sides took turns to be used, and all kinds of strange phenomena occurred in different areas. More than 100,000 battleships exploded into fireworks every second. Naturally, the two sides would not set up a formation and attack again. The war had started the moment the harassment troops fired the first shot. The World Tree Expeditionary Army fought with the three universal civilizations all the way from the jump point to the intercepting circle, not stopping for a moment. Now, it was only from a harassment battle to a direct battle. There was no chance for them to stop temporarily and give the other party a chance to adjust. Seeing this scene of a universe-level battle, many Beyond Grade as were shocked and gasped. The temperature in the room dropped by a few degrees. Looking at such an intense battle, many Beyond Grade as could not help but feel a headache. They felt that they did not know where to start. In such an intense fleet battle, a Beyond Grade A individual was just a drop in the ocean, and their lives were in danger at any time. Only on the battlefield of two universe-level overlords could one deeply understand that most of the internal conflicts in the past were small skirmishes. This was the highest level of war. Ignoring everyone's thoughts, Simon replied with a deep voice, "We're still evenly matched at the moment. The direction of the situation is still unknown. The other party's high-level combatants have yet to make a move." Han Xiao retracted his gaze and said, "Are the World Tree experts still watching? We don't have to participate in the main battlefield, right? No need. Other than the mechanics providing virtual technology support, the mission of the rest of you is to deal with the high-level combatants of the World Tree. Don't worry about anything else for now." Simon shook his head. Individual strength was rarely in charge of frontal combat in large-scale battles. Most of them use a series of tactics, such as charging, attacking, guarding the main ship, and so on. The commander basically would not let the high-level combatants take the risk to waste their energy on the main battlefield. After all, the energy and stamina of a normal beyond grade were limited. Only mechanics who grasped virtual technology could play a huge tactical role in a large-scale galactic battlefield. They could continuously invade the enemy's network and seize control of the battleships. Their role was far greater than that of the other four supers. All right, Han Xiao had no objections. In such a battlefield, they only needed to take care of their own responsibilities. Controlling the overall situation was the responsibility of the commander, not the job of beyond grade as like them. At this moment, the real-time battlefield star map changed. More than 100 high-energy sources suddenly appeared in one of the battle zones. The three universal civilizations' fleets in that area instantly suffered large-scale casualties, and many main ships exploded. The situation quickly became one-sided. The World Tree sent out high-level combatants. Simon's eyes narrowed, and he turned around to look at the surveillance footage. He saw World Tree experts of different appearances charging forward, and all kinds of abilities took away the three universal civilizations' fleets one after another, opening up the situation in this battle zone. Han Xiao identified the enemies and locked his gaze on the subduing Tree King. He narrowed his eyes and was a little surprised. He had thought that the Tree King would not participate in such a battle, but he did not expect the subduing Tree King to come. However, considering that the other party was a pugilist who specialized in charging and breaking through the enemy lines, it seemed reasonable for him to be a suicide squad. After all, this was the only specialization a pugilist had. At this moment, Simon retracted his gaze, scanned everyone, and nodded. "Everyone, I'll leave it to you." As soon as he said that, the direct beyond grade as of the three universal civilizations did not hesitate and headed toward the cabin door. The expressions of the other beyond grade as froze, but they did not say anything. They shook their heads and followed. Since they had chosen to come here, even if the battlefield was dangerous, they could not escape. Very soon, the beyond grade as left the spaceship one after another and flew at high speed on the battlefield. They moved along their formation and quickly arrived at the battle zone. Even though they were still far away, the auras of the two individuals resonated with each other and locked onto each other as they approached each other. Han Zhao's gaze locked onto the subduing Tree King from afar, and the subduing Tree King also sensed it. He stared at Han Xiao, and his pugilist flames continued to rise. "Leave that Tree King to me. You guys deal with the rest," Han Xiao said in the channel. "Understood." The association members responded one after another, and the direct beyond grade as distanced themselves a little, using their actions to express the same attitude. The Arcane Church did not let Wernos participate in the battle. Black Star was currently the strongest combatant of the three Universal Civilizations army, and he was facing the strongest enemy. The others naturally had no objections. As Han Xiao charged forward, he activated all kinds of skills. His gaze never left the subduing Tree King. Their gazes seemed to be emitting sparks from afar. "I can't touch you in your territory. This time I have teammates too. Why I didn't finish last time can be settled now." A cold glint flashed across Han Zhao's eyes. Mechanical force was flung out, and the mechanical soldiers in his body were released. They followed behind him and transformed along the way, sticking to his body. The precise mechanical armor quickly covered his face that was filled with killing intent. In the endless sea of fleets, two groups of people dragged their dazzling tails and rapidly approached each other. Then two streams of light suddenly collided, and a chaotic battle broke out. Chapter 1356. Bang! Colorful lights spread out in all directions with the point of collision as the center. The scene was like a supernova explosion. The energy tsunami created by the combined power of more than 200 beyond grade has swallowed a large number of fleets all at once. The sudden burst of high-energy reaction alarmed countless battleship radars on this battlefield, instantly becoming the most eye-catching area in the entire war zone. Beams of light from the surface of the mechanical deity bombarded an emerald green meteor one after another, but they were unable to penetrate the defense of this layer of protective flames. All of them exploded into light fragments on the shield. The subduing Tree King, who was wrapped in green flames, circulated his energy and raised his hand to punch out. His fist, which was flickering with a dazzling light, hit the blade of the celestial punishment edge heavily. A violent shockwave immediately exploded at the point of contact, producing a loud, buzzing sound that echoed in the depths of the soul of a living being. "Outsider, it's really you." The subduing Tree King raised his hand to block the celestial punishment edge and released a cold mental wave. Han Xiao could not be bothered to guess what the other party was thinking. Mechanical force surged all over his body, and he activated the Geta Hadakin. The celestial punishment edge maintained its momentum, and psionic energy gushed out along the blade. The powerful dark blue shockwave sent the subduing Tree King flying. However, the next moment, the subduing Tree King stopped in his tracks, turned around, and charged forward again, continuing to face the mechanical deity's attack head-on. His fists and legs brought about swift shadows, and an emerald green shockwave gushed out endlessly. It condensed to the point that it was almost materialized, and it was like a spear of light stabbing into the psionic shield of the mechanical deity. With the support of the World Tree, the subduing Tree King's protective flames were like indestructible Vajra. Countless electric arcs and energy sparks continuously exploded in the head-on collision. The blade of the celestial punishment edge swept up a wave of dark blue psionic energy, and each slash was faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the subduing Tree King more than 1,000 times. The two of them kept merging at high speed, and the stacking of various force fields caused the surrounding space to slightly bend and dislocate. If not for the fact that it's not suitable to use the chat tactic, I would have given you a few sentences. Han Xiao pursed his lips and suppressed the urge to send a message and shout the name of the move. While fighting, he was also keeping his eyes and ears open, observing the situation. In this kind of battlefield, there was no such thing as a tacit understanding of not fighting against high-level combatants. The countless warships in the surroundings did not stop their attacks. Large numbers of troops poured into this war zone, forming a crisscrossing formation. However, the fleets on both sides wanted to kill the high-level combatants of the enemy while protecting their own experts. Thus, they formed a stalemate, indirectly giving the beyond grade as of both sides room to maneuver. It was also because of this that the many mechanics, including Han Xiao, did not summon too many mechanical troops. Otherwise, if the target was too big, they would have to endure the concentrated fire of the surrounding fleets, which would cause a lot of extra losses. It was not worth it to use good steel on the blade. Swoosh! Just as he was analyzing the situation, the subduing Tree King's body suddenly shone brightly, and he used his pugilist technique. His charging speed suddenly increased, and he headed straight for the mechanical deity's torso. It was as if his entire body had suddenly become indestructible, and he actually smashed through the psionic shield. The green meteor struck the mechanical deity's abdomen armor, creating a huge crater and large cracks. Then, the subduing Tree King's head suddenly spun in the middle of the crater, as if it was going to turn into a drill to drill through the mechanical deity. Obviously, his head was not made of ordinary metal. However, at this moment, large amounts of black nanoparticles suddenly seeped out from the crater in the mechanical deity's abdomen armor. They quickly condensed and transformed into countless mechanical tentacles that lashed out at the subduing Tree King. The bearings carried out mechanical transmission, and when the force reached the end, the tentacles suddenly tightened. They turned from whips into spears, and a neat round of stabs pierced into the subduing Tree King's protective aura, pushing him out. Then, Han Xiao turned the hilt of his blade and slapped the other party like he was swatting a fly. The subduing Tree King was sent flying, knocking over 3 to 4 beyond grade as who were fighting along the way. "You still want to enter my body? Dream on." Han Xiao patted the abdomen of the mechanical deity, and the crater quickly recovered. Pugilists basically killed the main body or the Lord's avatar when dealing with mechanics. This was the most efficient operation. The subduing Tree King wanted to enter the body of the mechanical deity and attack his main body. Although he had caused a ruckus in the World Tree territory the last time and lasted for about 10 minutes under the siege of more than 100 beyond grade, as it was still not enough for the World Tree experts to completely accept his tankiness. They would still try to attack his main body. After all, the three universal civilizations had accepted the title of the indestructible body because they had witnessed Han Zhao's achievements over the years. However, this information was not circulated in the World Tree. Han Zhao had only displayed his tankiness once in the other party's territory before retreating with heavy injuries. Therefore, most of the World Tree experts still did not know much about Han Zhao and would not easily give up on attacking his main body. The combat strength of a Tree King is indeed extraordinary. I won't be able to take him down in a short time. Han Xiaoxin thought. The last time they fought, he did not experience the full strength of the subduing Tree King. Now that he looked at it, the other party was indeed not simple. Before Carrot was fully formed, the subduing Tree King was undoubtedly above all the pugilists he had encountered so far. Beast Ancestor, Garutan, and Star Crusher Sieran were all little brothers in front of him. If they fought, they would probably not survive a day in the subduing Tree King's hands. However, even if the subduing Tree King was a ferocious man, his strength was still above his head. At the same time, the subduing Tree King perfectly met the criteria of being a peak beyond grade A elder of the World Tree faction. On the interface, the four talents of World Tree Nemesis, Civilization Leader Assassin, Elderly Killer, and Fearless Heart lit up at the same time. Fight steadily and defeat him. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. He had the advantage in terms of combat strength and class, but the subduing Tree King was not to be trifled with. He could still exchange a few blows with him, so he would not be able to take him down in a short time. The two of them fought fiercely, and light waves shot out in all directions. The other beyond grade, as were also in a chaotic battle. The energy released by so many beyond grade as kept pushing the others away, causing their battlefields to gradually move away from each other. Although most of them did not have the intention to fight one-on-one, both sides wanted to defeat each other one by one. However, they could support each other, so they naturally formed small groups to fight fiercely. Bang! Mechanic Emperor's trident stabbed forward and was blocked by a broad-faced greatsword. The psionic energy wrapped in mechanical force collided with each other and exploded into a spherical light blue energy ball. The two mechanical deities were evenly matched, like two blurry afterimages colliding constantly. Shockwaves frequently burst out. One of them was silver, and the other was golden red with green energy wrapped around its body. The color scheme was extremely bullish *T. What a sharp guy. Manison pushed his opponent away with his trident and narrowed his eyes. He had already learned from Black Star that the individual strength of the World Tree was very developed, but only after fighting did he personally experience how powerful the other party was. Although he was no longer at his peak after suffering a series of blows from Black Star, he was still firmly in the first tier. Ordinary peak beyond grade, as were still no match for him. However, this enemy was now fighting back and forth with him, even making him feel quite a bit of pressure. Even though Manison felt that his strength was slightly stronger than the other party, it was not enough to create an overwhelming advantage. Furthermore, this person was not in the information provided by Han Zhao about the hundreds of World Tree experts. He was a strong enemy with an unknown background. Just as Manison was thinking, the other party suddenly sent out a mental wave in his heart. "You're very powerful. What's your name?" Hearing this, Manison was unmoved and did not reply. Although he did not receive an answer, the other party did not stop and continue to send out mental messages. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I've got my eyes on you. You have the qualifications to be my spoils of war, World Tree Trilemma Executive Officer Lin Karen. Remember this name. Your life is destined to be mine." "You talk too much." Manison was unperturbed. Such flirtatious words had no effect on him. After being influenced by Black Star, he was no longer afraid of chatting. However, he remembered the other party's name. According to Black Star, the 10 executive officers were all at the top of the world tree. The higher they were ranked, the more powerful they were. Trilema was in the first tier of the world tree experts, and she would definitely have a place in the top 15. Looks like a big fish. Manison's eyes flashed, and he silently increased his strength. His attacks became more and more ruthless, and his killing intent overflowed. In a certain part of the battlefield, two torrents of energy, one black and one white, collided with each other, causing endless light to splash like water. Dark Emperor Claudi controlled the surging dark energy and was fighting with a slender world tree member. The other party was also an Esper. He controlled a dazzling white energy that was like flowing platinum. Its texture was as elegant as a veil, like a rolling fog, but its power was extremely corrosive. What Esper ability is this? It's on par with mine. Claudi frowned slightly. The strength of an Esper depended partly on their grade and partly on the effect of their Esper ability. If their grade was the same, then the higher the Esper ability, the more stable the advantage. For example, God's energy control was one of the most powerful Esper abilities. If they grew to the same level, Claudi basically had no chance of winning. Claudi's dark energy control was already a super high-risk Esper ability, but the other party's Esper ability was also not simple. Although the other party did not hit his body, he realized that his cells had become weak, and his energy consumption was much higher than usual. It was as if the other party had used energy as a medium to launch some kind of attack on him. At this moment, this person suddenly sent out a mental message. Your ability is not bad. Mother Tree will definitely be very happy if I give you to her. The World Tree also likes to collect Esper abilities. Claudi thought about it and tried to ask for more information. However, the other party did not say anything and did not respond. Claudi thought that the other party did not want to answer, so he gave up on the idea of asking and continued to fight silently. However, after fighting for a while, the other party suddenly spoke again. I'm the World Tree's 4-leaf executive officer, Anrian Zero. Claudi was stunned for a moment. He thought that the other party was going to say something, so he immediately perked up and waited. However, after the other party said this, he did not continue for a long time and fell silent again. Claudi frowned, feeling confused. What's the meaning of this sudden self-introduction and not saying anything else? What's the meaning of this brainless introduction? After a while, Anrian spoke again. When you enter the embrace of the World Tree, we can become colleagues. After saying this, he fell silent again. It was as if he was talking to himself and did not expect the other party to answer. Claudi's eyelids twitched. It's confirmed. He's a weirdo who does whatever he wants. On the other side, Hela, who was wearing the Crimson Snake mechanical suit, was dealing with the siege of 4 people. Scarlet death energy spewed out like a flood, and the battle was extremely intense. Compared to the other battlefields, there was a clear difference on Hela's side. When she was surrounded, there were no other Beyond Grades coming to support her. It was as if everyone was letting her face the siege of multiple enemies alone. Bang! A pugilist World Tree expert passed through the sea of death energy and caught Hela to beat her up. In the end, just as she was about to break free, he kicked her in the abdomen and sent her flying. While Hela was flying, another World Tree expert blocked her way. A series of spells poured out and bombarded Hela's back, sending her in another direction and causing secondary damage. Hela tried her best to stabilize her body. Suddenly, she used Death Stealth and instantly flashed to another location, obtaining a short breather. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she looked like a ferocious ghost. She was heavily injured and weak. Kasui, who was the closest, glanced over and quickly retracted his gaze. He had no intention of coming over to support her, and even led his opponent further and further away. Seeing this, one of the Holy Tree emissaries said playfully, "You're almost dead. Your companions are still ignoring you. No one came to help you. I didn't expect you to still have the mood to fight among yourselves in the face of our invasion." Interesting. Hela wiped the blood off her face as if she did not feel any pain. Her expression was still indifferent. No one came to help me. That's because I don't need help. As soon as she said that, a golden light suddenly burst out from her body, and all her injuries disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hela straightened her back, and the chaotic energy fluctuations returned to their peak. Refined death energy flowed out continuously, and her expression became stern. It doesn't hurt at all. With this level of skill, you're still 1,000 years too early to kill me. Chapter 1357. Swoosh. Kasui seemed to have turned into a phantom as he instantly dodged the magic energy beam from his opponent. He was not worried about the battle situation on Hela's side at all. Hela had not reached the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm, but in the eyes of many Beyond Grade, as including Kasui, she was one of the most difficult Beyond Grade as to deal with. Not only could she reduce one's lifespan, but she also had a nanny that was bound to her. She was like an unkillable cockroach. Even if others were strong, no one was willing to provoke Hela. Kasui focused his attention on his opponent again, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The invisible psychic energy was like thousands of needles, giving his opponent a high-level mind blast. However, it seemed to have hit a solid wall, and most of the power was deflected by his opponent's mind defense spell, turning into chaotic mental disturbances that spread out in all directions, immediately triggering the mental defense barriers of a large number of battleships. The first to bear the brunt of the shockwave was shattered by the shockwave. The other party was not to be outdone. With a surge of energy, a magic array appeared and gathered into a spherical shell. All kinds of exclusive spells poured out, dazzling and colorful. The dense spell tide chased after Kasui and bombarded him. The style of fighting leaned toward the style of a magic cannon with covering firepower. What a smooth connection of magic. There are no flaws. All the cells in Kasui's body became active. His eyes emitted a strong light as he observed his opponent while fighting. Although he was not a mage super, he was still an expert in the field. With one look, he could tell that the other party had a lot of combat experience and was an extremely powerful mage. The combination of spells was smooth, and the biggest impression he gave him was that the other party had both offense and defense, and it was a perfect combination. Furthermore, the connection of the World Tree had an extremely high enhancement to mental strength. If it was not for the suppression of strength, a psychic would actually be at a disadvantage against a World Tree expert. This was especially obvious in a battle of the same level. Kasui discovered that the other party's mental barrier was extremely thick, and every mental attack was difficult to break through. It was as though it was indestructible. This guy seems to be a high-level ancestral spirit. Kasui adjusted his vision and saw the mark on the other party's forehead. Black Star had once explained the composition of the World Tree experts to help them distinguish them. The ancestral spirits had a special mark on their appearance, which was that they were easy to recognize. At this moment, he was fighting a member of the World Tree's 13 ancestral spirits. He was ranked second, and his strength was quite high in the World Tree. He was not much weaker than the third and fourth executive officers. While Kasui was observing, the second ancestral soul suddenly spoke. "I recognize you. You're the one who killed Manny." Manny? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Kasui's eyes flashed, and he immediately realized that it was the Holy Tree emissary he had killed some time ago. The second ancestor soul said indifferently, "I like strong enemies. You are a good opponent. I hope you can make me happy." Kasui raised his eyebrows. "We were fighting to the death, so why are we suddenly chatting?" He glanced at the temporary team chat channel of the Beyond Grade and realized that most of them were being talked to by the World Tree experts. It seemed like the other party had done it on purpose. After thinking about it, Kasui understood. The mentality of the World Tree experts is different from ours. They know that they won't really die in battle, so they are fearless and relaxed. On the other hand, we are tense as if we are facing a great enemy. Therefore, they took the initiative to speak. It should be a psychological battle to affect our mentality. On the other hand, Perhaps they are trying to deepen the information entanglement and gather information. Why not? It's better not to answer. Kasui's mind raced, and he gave up on replying. After leaving a don't answer message in the chat channel, he focused on dealing with the second ancestral spirit. Psychic power and magic danced in the sky, dazzling one's eyes. An astral spiritual dragon soared in the battlefield. Its dragon eyes were like blazing golden flames, and its gigantic main ship-like body was extremely eye-catching. Every time it flapped its dragon wings, countless draconic spells would be cast, setting off magic waves. Layers of defensive arrays covered its body, making it look extraordinarily valiant. It was Dragon King Milizaus. At this moment, an army commander was fighting with him. A gray meteor that was rather small in comparison was flying around the old dragon, constantly attacking. He was wearing heavy armor all over his body, and all kinds of special firearms were constantly changing in his hands. He alone set off a rain of bullets. He was a rare cannon master. The World Tree Military Department was in charge of external battles. The meaning of an army commander was the chief combatant of the military. Only the top beyond grade, as in the military, could obtain such a title. Every army commander had their own prefix code name, which usually depended on the number of the army they were in. The army commander fighting the old dragon belonged to a World Tree army called Darklight, and his title was Army Commander Darklight. The two of them were evenly matched, but due to their eye-catching size, the old dragon became a target, and he attracted the firepower of most of the battleships around him. When the World Tree experts who were fighting with other Beyond Grade as passed by, they would even throw a few skills at the old dragon. Anyway, the target was so big, and the hit rate was extremely high. It would be a waste not to fight. Because of this, Milizaus suffered too much additional damage, and the injuries on his body continued to accumulate. Large amounts of dragon scales were torn off, and his flesh and blood splattered in the sky. His situation was getting worse and worse. Everyone was showing off, and only the old dragon was getting beaten up. Bang! A beam of light shot out from the muzzle of Army Commander Darklight's cannon, piercing through the cracked defensive array and hitting the old dragon's back, shattering a large piece of scales and flesh, adding a new injury to him. This is the first time I've seen a creature like you. I wonder what your flesh tastes like. Army leader Darklight continued to spout nonsense as he fired his cannon. Milizaus felt a sharp pain in his back. He swung his dragon head and opened his bloody mouth to let out an angry roar. The sound wave condensed from magic power vibrated out and hit Army Commander Darklight head-on, sending him flying. However, the old dragon did not take the opportunity to chase after him. Instead, he turned his dragon body vertically, and a large number of magic patterns suddenly lit up on his body. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot and flashed to a battlefield not far away. There was a chaotic battle between more than 10 people going on here. He stared at a heavily injured Holy Tree emissary who was about to retreat under the cover of his companions. Milizaus flashed behind the Holy Tree emissary, and before the other party could turn around and make a hasty defense, he opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath that was like broken jade enhanced by dragon language magic. Golden flames surged out and instantly engulfed the target. In just an instant, the body of the Holy Tree emissary melted and quickly turned into a pile of ashes that fluttered in the air until it dissipated. Not long after the start of the battle, the first casualty was born. Die. After taking down the first blood, Milizaus immediately felt that he had vented his anger. He was in high spirits and fully displayed the nature of a human-headed dog. However, he was not happy for long before he was immediately beaten up. The surrounding World Tree experts did not say anything and turned around to focus fire on Milizaus, shattering large amounts of dragon scales and flesh. His vitality rapidly flowed out. At the same time, Army Commander Darklight rushed over and switched to a universal treasure-level firearm to fire from afar. Powerful beams of light bombarded the old dragon's body, exploding into fireworks and even shattering one of Milizaus' dragon eyes. Blood spurted out. The surrounding battleships also turned their cannons and focused their fire on Milazau's. He had taken down the first blood, but he was instantly targeted and fell into a dangerous situation. His injuries were very serious. Kill him. Army Commander Dark Light saw an opportunity and was about to try and kill his opponent in one go. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Swoosh! A dazzling platinum-colored light suddenly shot out from behind the three Universal Civilizations fleet, as if it had passed through the chaotic battlefield and accurately landed on Milazau's body. A huge amount of life energy was injected into the old dragon's body, and his heavily injured body immediately began to recover. In just a few blinks of an eye, his originally heavily injured dragon body had recovered by more than half, and he became lively again. With a swing of his dragon tail, he naughtily smashed several World Tree battleships. This scene immediately attracted the gazes of many World Tree experts, and their expressions changed slightly. A recovery-type Esper ability? After fighting in the universe for many years, the World Tree experts were very knowledgeable. Recovery Esper abilities were not rare, but those who could reach the beyond grade A level were extremely rare. After all, recovery Esper abilities were functional Esper abilities and were not suitable for combat. Furthermore, most Esper abilities did not have high potential, and training and sublimation were extremely difficult. However, this time, not only did the enemy civilization have a recovery-type Esper, but the recovery effect was unbelievably strong. It could heal a peak beyond grade A life form in just 2 or 3 moves. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the strongest recovery-type Esper they had ever seen. I didn't expect this prey to have such a trump card. The expressions of many World Tree experts changed, and they immediately realized that something was wrong. If they did not get rid of this recovery-type Esper, the battle losses would be extremely large, and the results of this exchange would be greatly reduced. We have to kill him first. A portion of the World Tree experts quickly completed the communication in the mental network. They immediately abandoned their current opponents, gathered together, and charged toward the location of the life energy. Although it was behind the three Universal Civilizations fleet, they had no choice but to face it head-on. This was actually similar to the players' tactics. After all, who would not cut the healer first in a team battle? However, at this moment, a few streams of light suddenly shot out from the fleet, fearlessly facing this group of attackers who had the advantage in numbers. The two sides suddenly collided. With a flash of light, an intense explosion spread out, and the momentum of this group of World Tree experts was immediately stopped. The group of World Tree experts looked up and saw 5 beyond grade as shining brightly in front of them, not giving it at all. There's actually a group of people hiding. Seeing this, many of the World Tree experts were surprised. They thought that the high-level combatants of their opponents had all entered the battlefield. These 5 people looked at the large number of World Tree experts. Not only were they not nervous, they were even eager to give it a try. They were the 5 Underworld Hero Spirit Kings. The other 3 Hero Spirit Kings, including Sorokin, did not appear. Aurora only sent out 5 people, and the leader was the Hero Spirit King, Regia, who is currently ranked 2nd in strength. I can finally move around. Regia stretched his shoulders, and without another word, he led the other 4 Hero Spirit Kings to charge forward, starting a new round of chaotic battle. Even though the other Beyond Grade as knew about the existence of the Sanctum Revival, they did not want to sacrifice themselves so easily. In comparison, the Underworld Hero Spirits were the ones who were truly fearless. On the other side, on the 3 Universal Civilizations command ship, Simon looked at the battle between Han Xiao, Hela, and the Underworld Hero Spirits, then turned to glance at the calm Aurora. He could not help but shake his head and sigh from the bottom of his heart. The Blue Star people are all monsters. Clang! The mechanical deity and the subduing Tree King clashed again, and an intense shockwave spread out. This outsider seems to be even more capable than the last time we met. The subduing Tree King moved his aching fingers. Under his cold appearance, his heart was surging. Although the outcome of the battle could not be determined for the time being, after this battle, he felt pressure from Han Shao that he had not felt in a long time. He had only experienced this feeling of unparalleled strength from one person, and that person was the unfathomable ancestral Tree King. He did not expect that the prey civilization he had chosen this time would have such a high-level combatant. He had encountered a tough opponent. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to face reality. He probably would not be able to take down this powerful outsider by himself. The subduing Tree King quickly glanced at the battle. In the mental network, the voices of 6 to 7 of his companions had already gone silent, which meant that they had died in battle. With the help of that recovery-type Esper, the enemy did not lose a single member. If this continued, wouldn't they be wiped out without any injuries? How could this be? I can't wait any longer. The subduing Tree King's eyes darkened. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately made a change. Swoosh! The subduing Tree King suddenly retreated and covered his face with his hands. His mouth was wide open as if he was letting out a painful roar. The next moment, his entire body emitted an extremely dazzling green light, as if he had released the energy of the world tree in his body. Endless green light overflowed from his body. Then, with a bang, an unstoppable pressure erupted with him as the center, as if an even higher existence had descended. The green light spots quickly condensed and turned into translucent light green roots of the world tree. At first, they were only like many small snakes floating beside the subduing Tree King. However, these roots grew rapidly and soon expanded, whipping and dancing crazily on the battlefield. The appearance of the subduing Tree King also changed. His entire state was different. His body had turned into a material similar to the roots of the world tree, and the green power of the world tree flowed in his translucent body. It was as if he had undergone a transformation. A powerful aura assaulted him like a suffocating gale. Just now, the subduing Tree King had mainly relied on his own combat strength to fight, but at this moment, he began to borrow the power of the world tree. This was the ability of the world tree that could only be activated by the Tree King level connection. It was also the reason why the Tree King was the Tree King. All of this happened in an instant. While the subduing Tree King was transforming, Han Shao did not stop his long-range attacks, but they were all blocked by the dancing roots of the world tree. Oh, an ultimate move? Han Shao narrowed his eyes. He was not unfamiliar with this transformation. This was the unique authority of the Tree King. It allowed his body to become a branch of the world tree, like a temporary base station. In his previous life, whenever the Tree King activated this form, it would be a sign of him going on a killing spree. The most terrifying thing was not the increase in strength from this transformation, but the fact that his body had turned into a branch of the world tree, which could bring about a wide range of buffs, increasing the combat power of all the world tree members on the battlefield. This was the war form of the Tree King. Chapter 1358. The moment the subduing Tree King released the power of the world tree, all the members of the world tree on the battlefield emitted a green light. With the buff of the halo, it was as if they had taken an aphrodisiac, and their overall combat strength suddenly increased by a large margin. The halo covered the entire army, and the situation on the battlefield immediately changed. All the members of the World Tree Army were given a buff, and they immediately charged forward. Many of the 3 Universal Civilizations troops, who were still in a stalemate, were instantly heavily injured, and their losses soared. The Beyond Grade as were the first to feel the change. The increase in the overall strength of the World Tree experts immediately broke the stalemate. Many of the Beyond Grade, as who were originally in a stalemate with their opponents, had the initiative taken away, and they fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. Many of them were in danger, and their lives were in danger. Golden rays of light shot out frequently, landing on the Beyond Grade as who were in danger one after another. At the critical moment, they provided a mouthful of good milk, allowing a large number of Beyond Grade as to catch their breaths. However, the World Tree experts also reacted. They used various methods to try to disperse or isolate the life energy that shot over, preventing this recovery-type Esper from healing his companions. Only Hela had a soul connection with Aurora, so she could receive the dawn of life that Aurora instantly released. It was as if she was bound to an external source of milk. The other beyond grade, as naturally did not have such treatment. Although the milk was sufficient, they had to receive it. Although Aurora's Esper ability was strange, she was only an ordinary beyond grade A at the moment. She could not ignore all kinds of obstructions, and this tested her ability as a healer. Not only did she have to pay attention to the life state of every beyond grade A, but she also had to think of a way to avoid all kinds of obstacles and successfully heal the target. Han Xiao monitored the situation of the various regions through the quantum network. The changes in the battle were all visible. The situation was obviously not good. The halo of the entire army is still very powerful. Fortunately, it can't be stacked. Otherwise, the effect of the 5 Tree Kings transforming together would be insane. Han Xiaoxin's eyes locked onto the subduing Tree King. Only by killing the subduing Tree King could he remove the enemy's halo and turn the situation around. Otherwise, the overall losses on his side would increase exponentially. However, at this moment, the subduing Tree King, who had been strengthened by releasing the power of the World Tree, retreated instead of advancing. He retreated and dodged into the heavy protection of the World Tree fleet. At the same time, he retracted the eye-catching World Tree roots into his body and had no intention of charging forward to fight Han Xiao. Han Xiao's expression immediately changed, and his emotions surged. He had thought that the subduing Tree King would charge forward to continue the battle after transforming and try to defeat him. He did not expect the other party to avoid the battle after going all out. If you're not going to fight, you should have said so earlier. You're so aggressive that it makes my blood boil. This is bad. If I don't get rid of him quickly, it'll be troublesome. Han Xiao felt helpless. After transforming, the Tree King had an extremely high strategic value. He no longer put himself in danger and hid in the fleet, continuing to provide bonuses to the army. This was a calm approach, but such a situation rarely happened in his previous life. It was not easy for the Tree King to release the power of the World Tree, so his fighting spirit also soared. Usually, he would fight to his heart's content. If the other Tree Kings had chosen to avoid the battle rationally, he would have been able to accept it, but this time, it was the subduing Tree King. Oh my God, a pugilist is actually not stubborn. My youth is over. Countless World Tree battleships protected the commander-in-chief, the subduing Tree King. Facing the seemingly endless cannons, Han Xiao felt his scalp go numb. Although he was quite confident in his tankiness, charging alone in such a large-scale battlefield was a little too arrogant. Furthermore, the subduing Tree King was too strong. He would not be able to deal with the enemy in a short period of time. If he rushed in, he would only be bombarded for no reason. If you have the guts, don't ever come out. Seeing this, Han Xiao threw down the subduing Tree King and turned around to kill the other World Tree experts. If you don't stop me, I'll kill your teammates. Although the members of the World Tree had never cared about the deaths of their teammates, this attack was an exchange. The subduing Tree King would always care about these exchanges. Otherwise, the meaning of his transformation would be very limited. However, Han Zhao's attention did not completely shift away from the subduing Tree King. He was still watching the other party's movements to prevent the subduing Tree King from using the opportunity to adjust his tactics. The subduing Tree King did not stop him. From another perspective, it could be said that he had gotten rid of the entanglement and used his companions as bait to lure him away. He also used his superior combat strength to attack the other beyond grade as. It was also a type of exchange. Because this is a battle of exchange, he doesn't want to waste time on an expert like me. He turned around and killed the other high-level combatants. Maybe that's what he's thinking. Han Xiao secretly guessed the subduing Tree King's intentions. At the same time, the subduing Tree King watched as Han Xiao changed his target. His face was expressionless, and his eyes flickered. After the previous exchange, he judged that even if he transformed, he might not be able to take down this outsider with shocking combat strength. Therefore, he suppressed the urge to attack and continued to focus on the strategic goal of the exchange. As the Tree King who had fought many civilizations, he would not easily get carried away. However, he could not stay here and not attack. Otherwise, if he watched the outsider kill his companions, it would be meaningless for him to try to strengthen the effect of the exchange. Since he could not stop the other party's strongest person, he could only make the same choice and change his target. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. The subduing Tree King turned around and looked in the direction of the recovery-type Esper. On a certain battlefield, an arcane church formation was broken through by the World Tree Commandos. The formation of the frigates was torn into pieces, and the glorious Sungrade main ship in the middle was bitten by the World Tree assault ships. Charge cabins bit onto the main ship's hull one after another, drilling through the armor and sending in batches of World Tree super squads. They launched a boarding battle and tried to seize the main ship from the inside. At this moment, the interior of the main ship had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Bloody battles broke out in all the cabins and corridors. The guards on the ship kept resisting the World Tree supers, and from time to time, new charge cabins would smash open new gaps. The attacks came wave after wave. Reinforcements! Reinforcements! A captain pulled out the saber that had stabbed into the enemy's body, and a large amount of blood splattered on the armor's face. He did not have the time to wipe it off and anxiously called for reinforcements in the channel. But in the next moment, a blurry shadow flashed past his eyes. Then, a huge force suddenly exploded on the side of his head. His head was grabbed by a big hand and slammed into the wall. His body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. The owner of the hand was a burly World Tree officer. A large group of team members were massacring the soldiers in the main ship and had already broken through this line of defense. Head to the main control room. The officer shouted and was about to lead the team forward. However, at this moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook, and the cabin wall not far away shattered, revealing half of the black charge cabin. The cabin door opened, and a group of army players rushed out to support them. Without saying a word, they charged toward the World Tree team. Both sides did not say anything, and a fierce battle immediately broke out. After a fierce battle, this officer led his troops to wipe out this player team, but they also suffered quite a bit of losses due to the opponent's fearless and brutal fighting style. Do these people want to die? This officer frowned. He had seen people who were not afraid of death, but this group of people, just now, had practically used their own heads to exchange for their injuries. In his opinion, there was only one possibility, and that was that the enemy had a strong belief and did not hesitate to exchange their lives for injuries. However, as a member of the World Tree, he would not be frightened by this kind of fearless belief. No one was afraid of death. If you want to fight with your life, I will fight with my life. Who's afraid of who? There was no time to rest. This World Tree officer threw this matter to the back of his mind and was about to lead his troops forward. However, at this moment, dense footsteps sounded from the corridor ahead. Another batch of reinforcements had arrived. Their appearance and abilities were exactly the same as the team that had been wiped out earlier. This group of people, the World Tree officer was shocked. He had already killed this group of people just now, but they had appeared again? What was going on with these people? Could it be that even if they could not be killed, they could revive like them? Before he could think about it, a fierce battle broke out again. Due to the losses in the previous wave, the combat strength of this World Tree combat team had decreased, and they were annihilated by the same group of players. This officer was also beaten into pieces. Similar scenes played out in many battleships. In the command ship of the three universal civilizations, Aurora released several rays of light, but before they could hit her comrades who were in danger, they were scattered by a few high-level combatants of the World Tree. Aurora frowned and lowered her hand. I'm too far away from the battlefield. The opponent has plenty of time to react and can easily block my energy. This won't do. It's difficult for me to use my ability. I need to get closer and shorten the distance. After Aurora finished speaking, Without waiting for Simon's reply, she left the cabin in a flash and stepped into space. She turned into a golden stream of light and left the rear formation, quickly approaching the battlefield where the beyond grades were. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many World Tree experts. A large number of high-level combatants immediately approached this recovery-type Esper, but they were stopped by their respective opponents. Not long after, Aurora stopped in the middle of the main fleet of the three universal civilizations. Although she had closed the distance, she did not step into the battlefield. She kept raising her hand to release the dawn of life, scattering radiance. If the distance of the previous dawn of life was 10, then it was at most 2 to 3 now. The hit rate was higher than before. Not only that, all the life forms within a certain range of her would receive an increase in recovery speed. This was the passive halo of Aurora's Esper ability after she entered the Beyond Grade A realm. The range increased with her grade. When she was in the command ship earlier, the range of the halo was not enough to cover this place. Now that she had arrived at this battlefield, her halo took effect, covering most of the Beyond Grade as who were fighting. It's very dangerous here. Don't come over. Hela saw Aurora immediately, and her expression changed. Aurora turned a deaf ear to him and panted lightly. Ever since she entered the Beyond Grade A realm, she had never experienced such an intense battle. More than 100 Beyond Grade as were treated by her, and the amount of life energy she consumed far exceeded the speed at which her life energy was replenished. Her face gradually turned pale, and she felt as if her body was being squeezed dry. At this moment, dozens of World Tree roots suddenly attacked the main fleet from the side. Every root contained astonishing energy, and they quickly smashed a large number of battleships, tearing open a hole in the formation. The next moment, the subduing Tree King shot toward Aurora like a green beam of light. The power of the World Tree burned fiercely. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill this recovery-type Esper. The moment Aurora arrived at the front line, he saw the opportunity and used the cover of the fleet to sneak in. He approached the edge of the main fleet and launched a surprise attack, vowing to eliminate the biggest factor that affected the exchange strategy. The World Tree roots seemed to have formed a giant war chariot as they charged forward, sweeping away the obstacles in their way. At the same time, they blocked the focused fire of the fleet for the subduing Tree King. With the protection of the World Tree's power, the subduing Tree King dug his way into the main battleship. Aurora seemed to have lost her head out of fear. She hurriedly retreated and condensed holy light to hit the subduing Tree King's body. However, it was as powerless as scratching an itch, unable to stop the subduing Tree King's momentum. In the blink of an eye, the subduing Tree King appeared in front of Aurora as if he had teleported. His arm carried a green light as he drew a semicircle and slashed toward Aurora's head, as if he wanted to smash her into meat paste from top to bottom. Aura that crossed two watersheds locked onto Aurora's body. Aurora seemed to be intimidated. She maintained a panicked expression and froze on the spot, unable to move. However, at this moment, a ferocious mental explosion suddenly erupted with Aurora as the center. It was extremely invasive and almost materialized. The subduing Tree King felt a pain in his brain, and his fist could not help but deviate. The crescent-shaped fist shot out like a blade of light and brushed past Aurora, shattering hundreds of battleships along the way. Sorokin's figure separated from Aurora's body and appeared behind her like a substitute. He pressed his forehead softly, and his mental energy surged out continuously. He activated all his abilities, and his aura surged. There's another protector? The subduing Tree King's expression did not change. Just as he was about to break free from Sorokin's mental energy and continue attacking Aurora, something unexpected happened. The panic on Aurora's face instantly disappeared, and she regained her composure as if she had expected this. The necklace she was wearing suddenly unfolded, and the mechanical structure instantly covered her entire body, turning into a set of mechanical armor that the subduing Tree King was familiar with. Swoosh! The next moment, with a flash of light, Aurora disappeared, leaving behind only Sorokin and a throne. At the same time, Han Zhao's figure appeared out of thin air and replaced her original position. Without waiting for the subduing Tree King to react, he raised his hand and used the 7 heavenly chains hanging onto the subduing Tree King's body. "I knew you guys wouldn't give up, wet nurse." Han Zhao's strong arm grabbed the subduing Tree King's neck, and he felt a huge force hitting his chest. It was as if he was hugging a big fish, and the subduing Tree King was struggling in his arms. The subduing Tree King had been hiding in the fleet the entire time and did not have many opportunities to attack. He had specially asked Aurora to come out. Although it was a simple bait tactic, he believed that the World Tree experts would not sit still. After all, the battle strategy of the World Tree was different. Han Zhao thought from the other party's perspective and felt that in the other party's eyes, only by cutting off the wet nurse could they successfully carry out the exchange tactic. For this, sacrificing some high-level combatants was worth it, and there was a certain chance of luring the subduing Tree King out again. Although the fishing hook was straight, it could not withstand the other party's willingness. It could be considered a simple and effective plan. The subduing Tree King was expressionless. He kept raising his elbow and attacking Han Zhao's abdomen like raindrops. Shockwaves exploded between the two of them. A portion of the World Tree roots blocked the focused fire of the surrounding fleets, and a portion of them landed heavily on the two of them, wanting to pull Han Zhao off the subduing Tree King. In terms of strength, the subduing Tree King was still stronger. Han Zhao could not lock down the other party, but just as the subduing Tree King was about to break free, mechanical structures quickly spread along the point of contact between Han Zhao and the subduing Tree King, turning into a set of king armor that wrapped around the subduing Tree King. "Eat my match made in heaven." Han Zhao's mechanical force flashed, and the two of them disappeared. Swoosh! The next moment, the two of them appeared in a strange, empty area behind the 3 universal civilizations formation. It was as if the fleet had deliberately left it there. The moment the two of them appeared, the prepared fleets activated the protective shield around them, quickly forming a spherical barrier that covered this area. Then, they immediately retreated. The subduing Tree King frowned and finally broke free from Han Zhao's embrace, sending Han Zhao flying with a kick. He turned around and scanned his surroundings, discovering that there were hundreds of strange-looking mechanical devices floating in this area. At the same time he was observing, hundreds of mechanical devices suddenly lit up, as if hundreds of wormhole channels had been opened. The interior of the channels was filled with a dazzling light, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. Han Zhao stopped flying and narrowed his eyes. "A few hundred improved keys of destruction are enough for you and me." Before the war started, Han Zhao had specially instructed the 3 universal civilizations to set up this type of trap and place the throne in the trap. The 3 universal civilizations had set up many similar traps before the war and tried to form a combination skill with the mechanisms of different universal treasures. This trap was one of the examples, and it was also the plan that Han Zhao had suggested, using the teleportation of the King mechanical suit and the lethality of the Key of Destruction to form a killing zone. Advanced version to the underworld. Buzz. The next moment, a blinding light gushed out from hundreds of tunnels, instantly filling this area and drowning the two of them. Chapter 1359. Ruthless. At this moment, the many beyond grade as who were fighting could not help but divert some of their attention to Han Zhao's situation. They also knew about the trap area formed by hundreds of keys of destruction. Looking at the expanding light, they could not help but sweat for Han Zhao. Black Star's method of mutual destruction was famous for being shameless, but the power of hundreds of keys of destruction was not something the Mech Legion could compare to. Furthermore, they were restricted to a small area, and their power was highly concentrated, making their explosive power even more terrifying. Not only was he ruthless to the enemy, but he was also ruthless to himself. Everyone felt that Black Star's methods were too crazy. Wasn't he afraid of blowing himself up? All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. But before the power of the explosion reached its peak, large cracks suddenly appeared on the protective shield around this area. Bang! 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 Dozens of world tree roots appeared, crazily digesting the power of the explosion while slapping the shield from the inside. Then, a green meteor slammed into the cracks on the shield. Crack! The shield trembled, and a hole was blasted open. The charred subduing Tree King rolled out. The next moment, Han Zhao's figure also flew out and chased after the subduing Tree King. He tried to fight him, but he was sent flying by the world tree roots like a baseball. At the same time, because the protective shield was shattered by the subduing Tree King, the power of the keys of destruction broke through the shield from the inside. The chain reaction energy cluster in the area lost control and expanded rapidly. Fortunately, the three Universal Civilizations fleets had already left a large empty area around the trap to prevent such a situation. The nearest fleet had plenty of time to retreat, and, at the same time, they kept firing long-range cannons at the subduing Tree King. The subduing Tree King did not care about anything else. He gathered the world tree roots and turned them into a protective stance. He then hurriedly fled into the distance, avoiding the expanding energy cluster behind him, afraid that he would be swallowed again. Han Zhao stopped and continued to chase after the subduing Tree King. As the two of them moved away from the energy cluster, they continued to fight. Suddenly, a bright light flashed and the expanding energy cluster exploded. The shockwave spread out in all directions and hit the two of them in the back. The huge impact threw the two of them into the air at a much faster speed than normal. After rolling countless times, Han Zhao barely managed to stop himself. His entire body was in pain, and his body was covered in charred wounds. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. On the other hand, the subduing Tree King, who had fallen not far away, was in a similar sorry state, as though he had lost a layer of skin. You sure run fast. Han Zhao's veins throbbed as he stretched his arms and legs. The scorch marks fell off one by one, and his injuries gradually healed. His plummeting HP slowly recovered. The subduing Tree King was not a dead person who would foolishly stay in the trap and take damage. At the critical moment, he also unleashed his full strength and smashed the barrier to escape the explosion area. Han Zhao had originally stayed behind to stall the subduing Tree King, but after the other party broke free from his successful sneak attack, he no longer gave him a chance. Han Zhao had used the king to teleport here, so he naturally removed his mechanical deity form. The descent of the mechanical deity was not instantaneous, and there was not enough time in a hurry. With just the attributes of his main body, he could not control a pugilist like the subduing Tree King and was smashed to the side. The premise of the Together to the Underworld tactic was to control the enemy. How could the target obediently stay in the focus area? The subduing Tree King ran fast, and with the protection of the world tree roots, he escaped before the key of destruction completely exploded. He did not take full damage, and even Han Zhao could only chase after him. However, the power of this wave was too terrifying. Even though the subduing Tree King escaped in time, he was still severely injured. His body was covered in wounds, and the dozens of world tree roots suffered the most damage. They also withered, and the power of the world tree flowing within them was severely exhausted. Their color was dim, and they were weak as though they had withered. The subduing Tree King lowered his head to look at his heavy injuries. He was completely emotionless, and his tone was calm. Not a bad attempt. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Looking up at Han Zhao's injuries, a look of regret flashed across the subduing Tree King's eyes. I was too careless. If I had known that the other party would take such a risk, I wouldn't have escaped just now. I might as well have gone with the flow and dragged this outsider down with me to get rid of this dangerous opponent. The thoughts of the members of the World Tree were different from ordinary people. The subduing Tree King did not rejoice that he had escaped death. Instead, he felt that it was a pity that he had missed an excellent opportunity to exchange. It's a pity that I didn't kill that recovery type Esper. The subduing Tree King shook his head. This outsider clearly had the advantage in strength, but he still took the risk. His intention was very clear. He knew that he would not be able to take him down in a short period of time and was not willing to fight for too long. Thus, he tried to get rid of the halo that he brought with him as soon as possible to reduce the losses. The subduing Tree King was well aware of this. However, even if he had to do it again, he would still attack that recovery-type Esper. The other party had taken the initiative to use his weakness to lure him, so it was worth a try. As long as he could make his opponent lose his healer forever, the deaths of all the high-level combatants, including him, would be worth it. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, but the subduing Tree King did not stop moving. He turned around and fled in another direction, not wanting to fight at all. He had been brought to the enemy's main force by his opponent and was heavily surrounded. How could he have a good time fighting here? The most important thing now was to prolong his survival time. Only by escaping back to his own fleet and receiving protection would he be able to escape danger and continue to provide the halo of the entire army. Running again, seeing this, Han Shao gritted his teeth and immediately chased after him. Along the way, he quickly returned to his mechanical deity form. The two of them fought again, moving as they fought. Pugilists were not scary, but pugilists were not stubborn. As long as the subduing Tree King was a little more reckless, he would not be so difficult to deal with. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding 3 universal civilizations' battleships were not idle either. They provided a huge amount of firepower support, and an endless stream of light cannons bombarded the dozens of world tree roots that the subduing Tree King extended from all directions. Han Shao was not willing to fall into the enemy's main force alone, and the subduing Tree King did not dare to either. An army of this scale was enough to pose a threat to the life of an individual. Not only did the focus fire cause the world tree root fragments to fly everywhere, but also restrained the subduing Tree King. Furthermore, the subduing Tree King was heavily injured, and his condition was greatly reduced. Although his recovery ability was not bad, under the entanglement of Han Shao and countless fleets, the subduing Tree King's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. He was in a vicious cycle. The other World Tree experts and many fleets wanted to rush over to provide support, but they were all stopped by the 3 Universal Civilizations' troops on the various battlefields. The two sides fought fiercely, and their eyes turned red. Swoosh! A blazing red light ray streaked across, cutting the 2 withered world tree roots in half. The subduing Tree King, who was protected by the roots, could not dodge in time and had half of his foot cut off. The texture of the cut was like a broken piece of wood, slowly twisting and growing, as if it was about to grow a new foot. Looks like this is where I'll be buried. The subduing Tree King observed the encirclement and frowned. He had tried to break out of the encirclement for a long time, but he was still trapped in the main forces of the 3 universal civilizations. He endured the fierce attacks, and more than half of the world tree roots he summoned after transforming were cut off. His body was gradually approaching the end of its flight, and he was no longer able to resist Han Zhao's attacks head-on. With the combat strength of the subduing Tree King after releasing the power of the World Tree, he could have lasted for a longer time. However, the tactic of going to the underworld together had worked, and he had secured victory. If not for the fact that he was heavily injured in this wave, the subduing Tree King would not have been beaten to the point where he could not retaliate so quickly. At this moment, space buzzed and shook. The mechanical deity's palms spun, and all kinds of force fields enveloped the subduing Tree King, trying to imprison him in midair. The subduing Tree King's expression tensed up. He circulated his weakened pugilist flames and struggled to break free. "You want to capture me alive?" Hearing this, Han Shao did not reply and continued to increase the strength of the force field. Currently, the World Tree was already in front of his door, and the approximate coordinates had been exposed. He could use the space-time amber to seal the World Tree powerhouse and see if he could suppress the revival ability of the World Tree. However, the only problem was that the World Tree powerhouse would not obediently accept the seal. Sensing Han Zhao's intentions, The subduing Tree King's expression was calm. He resisted the force field and slowly said, "Your resistance is futile. We will invade your civilization sooner or later. If we fail this time, there will be countless times. You can't stop the iron hooves of the World Tree forever. I'll wait to fight you next time." As soon as he said that, before Han Shao could react, the subduing Tree King's body suddenly burst out with a strong light and self-destructed without hesitation. Bang! A violent shock wave swept out, causing a large amount of electric arcs on the shield of the mechanical deity. The remaining roots of the World Tree also collapsed, turning into light fragments and dissipating as if they had never existed. The World Tree had fought in the universe for many years, and it had encountered more than once civilizations that wanted to capture their high-level combatants alive. Their thoughts were basically the same. They believed that by capturing the World Tree powerhouses alive and not killing them, they would be able to stop the revival of the World Tree and reduce the other party's capital in a war of attrition. This situation was not new for the World Tree powerhouses at all. Although the subduing Tree King did not know what methods the enemy had to capture him alive this time, there was no need for him to take this risk. Seeing that the situation was not right and there was no way to escape, he directly self-destructed and did not give him a chance. In this regard, the members of the World Tree were too experienced. Unless the difference in strength was too great or they had no choice, the members of the World Tree would rarely let themselves enter a near-death state where they were at the mercy of others. When they were weak, they would consider self-destructing and return to the embrace of the Mother Tree. What a troublesome enemy. The Tree King is indeed not easy to deal with. Han Zhao's eyelids twitched, and he clicked his tongue. The formation of the space-time amber required time, and the other party had brazenly self-destructed to prevent himself from being imprisoned. There was nothing he could do about this. Although he had the advantage against the subduing Tree King, who was about the same strength as him, he could not easily crush him. In the past, his opponents were normal people. They would either completely lose their combat strength and be unable to move, or they would rather be sealed than die in battle. No one would easily give up their life and self-destruct, so the space-time amber had succeeded many times. However, the World Tree's thoughts were completely different. They liked the exchange tactic, exchanging lives for lives. Self-destruction was a common occurrence for them. You want to control me? Then I'll die for you. This was very troublesome. In his previous life, although the space-time amber was taken away by the World Tree powerhouses, the three universal civilizations did not give up on capturing the other party's high-level combatants alive. However, most of them ended in failure. The biggest obstacle was the World Tree powerhouse's decisiveness in self-destructing. No matter what, the Tree King has been revived for quite some time. At least the halo of the entire army has been removed. Han Shao calmed himself down and turned to look at the battle. With the death of the subduing Tree King, the green light on all the World Tree members dimmed again, and they lost the buff from the halo. The pressure on the three universal civilizations' troops instantly decreased, and they finally returned to normal. I can't do anything to the subduing Tree King, but the difference in strength between ordinary beyond grade, as and me, is too big. I might have a chance to seal a few. Han Shao moved his gaze and looked at the other World Tree experts who were fighting. At the same time, in the World Tree territory, the Tree King Palace, the Heart Tree King slowly opened his eyes and looked at the few executive officers who did not participate in the expedition. The subduing Tree King has been sacrificed and turned into a seed. Hearing this, the faces of the executive officers present darkened. Although they had expected this outcome when they set off, they were still shocked when it really happened. After all, the Tree King represented their top combat strength, and the meaning of his death was not ordinary. At this moment, the Heart Tree King stood up from his throne, summoned a root, and stepped on it, preparing to teleport. "Aren't you going to continue watching the battle?" an executive officer asked. "The outcome of the battle has been decided. It seems like the attack this time has failed. The effect of the exchange is limited, but we've probed a lot of the enemy's trump cards and that crucial recovery type Esper. The harvest is enough." "Understood," Where are you going now? Hearing this, the Heart Tree King glanced at them and shook his head with a smile. I'm going to water the subduing Tree King so that he can grow up quickly. Chapter 1360. Well done. Bang. Seeing the subduing Tree King explode into fireworks, Simon suppressed the excitement in his heart and smashed the table. Black Star was still reliable. He had gotten rid of the enemy's key point and stabilized the situation. Having suddenly lost the halo of the entire army, the World Tree Troops' advancement during the enhancement period had instead caused a large number of fleets to fall into a bad situation. Simon saw the opportunity and quickly calculated for a few seconds before speaking in the command channel. All units, pay attention. Press forward. When the three universal civilizations on the various battlefields received the news, they immediately took action and cooperated with each other, gradually suppressing the enemy fleet. On the other side, when the World Tree experts saw that the subduing Tree King had died in battle, there was a slight commotion. Due to the loss of the halo enhancement, their combat strength increased, and the advantage they had previously obtained was quickly reversed by the Beyond Grade as of the three universal civilizations. Without the restriction of the subduing Tree King, Han Shao returned to the battlefield where the Beyond Grade as were and attacked the other World Tree experts. Like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, he quickly brought about an overwhelming victory. Han Zhao's goal was to use the space-time amber to seal the World Tree experts, but it did not go that smoothly. Before the subduing Tree King self-destructed, he had used the mental network to inform all the high-level combatants of the World Tree present. When the World Tree experts felt that they could not hold on any longer, they self-destructed decisively. The World Tree knew that their opponent might be the hometown of an outsider, so they naturally would not make a low-level mistake. They did not send any foreign experts to participate in the battle and were still on guard against the virtual purification that they had yet to study. Even so, Han Shao had the advantage in terms of strength. After many attempts, he still successfully sealed the target. Before the other party self-destructed, he used thunderous methods to beat him to the brink of death and swallowed him into the amber. However, this caused the other World Tree experts to self-destruct even more decisively. Several of them even self-destructed while hugging a Beyond Grade A in an attempt to kill their opponent. With the death of the subduing Tree King, the scales of the high-level combatants completely tilted towards the three universal civilizations. Flames of self-destruction lit up the battlefield. Not long after, the last Holy Tree emissary self-destructed and died. Only then did the Beyond Grade as retreat from the battlefield and return to the formation behind the three universal civilizations. Almost everyone was injured. Simon walked up to him and exhaled. His expression was respectful. Thank you for your hard work. You guys can rest first. However, the mechanic still has to provide technical support. Okay. Han Shao nodded. The battle was still going on, but what came next was the work of the main fleet. The mission of these high-level combatants was basically completed. Simon continued, "It's all thanks to you guys this time. We won a complete victory at the high-level combatants level and killed more than 100 Beyond Grade as from the World Tree. We'll talk about this officially after the battle." After that, he turned back to the command platform and continued to control the battle. He could not leave for the time being. The Beyond Grade as exchanged glances and remained silent. Because of Aurora and Black Star, they only paid the price of 6 Beyond Grade as to eliminate more than 100 Beyond Grade as from the World Tree. Just from the perspective of the battle losses, it was indeed a complete victory. However, life was not a number. Thinking about how their 6 companions were chatting together not long ago, many Beyond Grade has felt sad for them. Someone else was sacrificed this time, but the World Tree would always make a comeback. Would I be the next one to die? Similar thoughts appeared in everyone's minds. Although they had placed their hopes on Han Zhao's Sanctum revival, no one dared to guarantee that it would not happen until it was their turn. Many people were filled with emotions and worry about the uncertainty of the future. Han Shao looked back and saw everyone's expressions. He said, "Aurora, you did well this time. If not for you, our losses might have reached more than half. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Aurora. Most of them had gratitude in their eyes. No matter what, most of them had been saved by Aurora more than once today and owed her a favor. I was just doing my duty. Aurora took a deep breath and imitated Han Zhao's modesty. Her face was rather pale. This high-intensity battle had squeezed out too much of her life energy, and she was almost out of milk. Hela felt a little heartache, but there was no expression on her face. Han Xiao patted Aurora's shoulder, looked at everyone, and said, "This battle will take at least a few days. Everyone is injured. Go and rest first." Hearing this, no one declined and left with their own thoughts, leaving only the direct beyond grade as Manison, Kasi, and the other important members of the association. Manison looked at the 4 space-time amber at the side. There were 4 world tree experts sealed inside. "What do you plan to do with these 4? Seal them first and store them in the interception circle. I'll leave a throne here to supervise them." Han Xiao pondered. He had succeeded 4 times in using the space-time amber, and he had relied on the huge difference in strength to forcefully control the target before sealing them with the space-time amber. Therefore, the 4 high-level combatants of the World Tree that he had captured were all ordinary beyond grade as. There had been dozens of similar failures, and these were the rare 4 successful cases. The executive officer of the World Tree, the 13 ancestral spirits, and the army commander were all very strong and very troublesome to deal with. They self-destructed too decisively, and there was no way to capture them. The 6 beyond grade, as on his side, were mainly killed by the self-destruction tactic of the World Tree. The deceased were all ordinary or fragile beyond grade as. They died on the spot, and Aurora could not save them in time. Although he had won the battle between the high-level combatants, Han Xiao also fully felt how difficult it was to deal with the World Tree experts. It was not just their strength, but their synchronized mental network and fearless mentality were the most troublesome parts. Even though he had many advantages now, the battle-hardened World Tree was still not easy to deal with. He had his methods, but the other party also had various countermeasures. Although the space-time amber has already proven its characteristics, we still have to prevent the World Tree from cracking its principles. What we can't do, the World Tree might be able to do. Manison nodded. He did not dare to be arrogant and say that the World Tree would not be able to crack the space-time amber. To him, this was an unknown. Han Xiao did not say anything. He turned to look at Hela and gave her a look. Seeing this, Hela nodded slightly. This was the secret signal between the two of them. Seeing Hela's performance, Han Xiao knew that Hela had been using the underworld to collect the souls of the dead. She should have gained a lot, but now is not the time to check. World Tree. Han Xiao turned around and looked at the battle that was still ongoing. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Our high-level combatants have won a complete victory. Only 6 people died. Black Star even used the space-time amber to capture 4 captives. In the joint conference room of the 3 universal civilizations, the 3 leaders were receiving the frontline battle reports in real time and discussing softly from time to time. Black Star is still as strong as ever. Fortunately, he has the help of the association. Otherwise, the direct descendants wouldn't have been able to deal with so many enemies. Lewis shook his head. Only 6 people died in battle. The battle results are better than I expected. Bruce exhaled. After destroying this wave of attacks from the World Tree, their next wave shouldn't come so soon. It's bought us more time. The ethereal Pope nodded. Although the 3 of them had the intention of exhausting the associations beyond grade, as they were still focused on a common enemy. Seeing that their losses were low, they were also happy. However, Hela's underworld is collecting the souls of our soldiers. This is a problem, Lewis said with a deep voice. Now is not the time to care about this. Bruce lowered his voice. The existence of the underworld was no longer a secret. The 3 universal civilizations had already known about it before the war. They knew that Hela might absorb their dead soldiers and talents in the war, but in the current situation, they had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Although this was suspected of poaching a large number of soldiers would have died in battle. After entering the underworld, they would still have a chance to recover, which was equivalent to reducing the loss of their war capital. Now that it was a special situation, the three universal civilizations could only acquiesce. The three of them were also worried that Hela would use the underworld to take away the dead beyond grade but at the moment, not many beyond grade as were willing to become heroic spirits without freedom. Most of them chose to believe in the Sanctum revival. However, no matter what, this was a hidden danger. However, now was not the time to care about it. Dealing with the World Tree civilization was the main problem, and the leaders of the three universal civilizations could not do anything about it. The two fleets had been fighting for 6 to 7 days, and the battle line had been stretched extremely long. The reinforcements of the three universal civilizations were endless, and the beyond grade, as who had finished recuperating, would attack together from time to time, causing the battle to gradually lean towards the three universal civilizations. The World Tree Expeditionary Army was nibbled away in batches, and when the situation was not good, they changed their tactics and no longer attacked head-on. Instead, they spread out and tried to create loopholes in the interception net with their huge numbers. At this stage of the war, the World Tree's attack had already failed. To the three universal civilizations, the only thing left was to clean up the mess. Although they had defeated the enemy with low losses and won the battle, the upper echelons could not be happy. The revival of the World Tree loomed over their hearts. However, no matter how heavy their hearts were, the officers still had to command their troops to clean up the mess. Seeing that the dust had settled, the three universal civilizations finally sent the frontline battle report back to the Galactic Society, announcing their victory and boosting the morale of the people. Chapter 1361. It was not a secret that the three universal civilizations had resisted the first wave of foreign invasion in the intercepting circle. They had already let the Galactic Society know when they mobilized the various armies and armed forces. Because this battle was not broadcasted live, no information was sent back. After many days of fermentation, countless galactic residents heading to the central area of the explored universe were on tenterhooks, afraid that they would wake up the next day and see the news of the three universal civilizations' defeat. In the atmosphere of the entire Galactic Society, the Foreign Affairs Department of the three universal civilizations, which had been silent for many days, finally broadcasted the results of the frontline battle to the Galactic Society, announcing this great victory. The three universal civilizations claimed that the attacks of the foreign enemies had been repelled and released a more detailed battle report, publicizing the loss ratio of many troops. The most eye-catching of all was the results of the high-level combatants. With just 6 people as the price, they had killed more than 100 beyond grade S. This battle record made countless people's eyes light up. Although the three universal civilizations had won the battle, they had also lost billions of fleets. Even so, it was still a praiseworthy victory. The loss was far lower than the enemy's, but the loss ratio at the beyond grade A level was several times better. They were the troops with the lowest loss ratio, outshining the rest, successfully wiping out the expeditionary army. This great victory greatly boosted the people's morale. Most of the galactic residents who had been frightened heaved a sigh of relief. The panic and fear in their hearts gradually faded, and they were filled with excitement and joy. The public opinion that was originally filled with all kinds of worry and panic changed unanimously, turning into a trend of praising the three universal civilizations. It was as if there were loyal supporters everywhere overnight. The amazing battle record of the Beyond Grade, as was naturally a hot topic of discussion among ordinary people, and they were almost unanimously praised. Many galactic residents praised their own individual strength for being quite reliable, as if they had forgotten the hate speech they had made against the association in the past. The association seemed to have gone from an opposing class that abused its privileges as it pleased to a trustworthy guardian of the Galactic Society, and its image underwent a 180-degree change. During the internal conflicts, many galactic residents did not like the Beyond Grade, as and never stopped picking on them. However, when facing a great victory of the foreign enemies, the galactic residents felt proud of the excellence of their high-level combatants. The long-accumulated resentment and hatred seemed to have been selectively forgotten, and their attitude changed very smoothly. Of course, there were also groups of people with deep-rooted resentment. However, at present, they were all cowering and did not dare to voice their usual opinions. They shrunk their necks and quietly accepted the protection with a clear conscience. Now that the enemy had not retreated, they did not dare to put down their chopsticks and curse. However, for most of the galactic residents, when danger came, they would cheer for whoever protected them from invasion. The unity of the outside world temporarily suppressed the internal class conflicts. A great victory, Dylan disagreed. The huge virtual screen played the news report of the 3 universal civilizations. The room was filled with revivers who had joined the association with different expressions. Due to the previous differences, many revivers did not respond to the call and did not participate in this battle. They all stayed in the explored universe and did not know how intense the battle at the front lines was. They could only watch the battle reports through the news. 6 people sacrificed in exchange for hundreds of casualties. Normally, this would not happen. It seems like Aurora's ability has already reduced the battle losses to a very, very low level. Viger nodded. No matter how low the battle losses are, the 6 people who died in the battle are still dead. There are also association members among them. They lost their lives because they believed Black Star's nonsense. Serve them right. Dylan curled his lips. Everyone shook their heads, speechless. How could there be no deaths in a war of such intensity? The sacrifice of beyond grade, as was inevitable, but emotionally speaking, everyone still felt that it was a pity. Don't say that. They sacrificed themselves to fight against foreign enemies. Furthermore, with Black Star's Sanctum revival, they can still be reborn. Viger sighed. So what if it's the Sanctum revival? There's only one chance. They foolishly wasted it. When they come back to life, they'll think the same as us sooner or later, Dylan said with contempt. Viger could not refute. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't we still have the underworld as our final guarantee? TSK, do you like losing your freedom? I even suspect that Black Star urged us to participate in the war. Another goal is for us to die in battle and enter the underworld, indirectly enriching his forces." What a bad guy. Dylan clicked his tongue. Black Star shouldn't be such a person. Viger shook his head. Are you very close to him? Can you guarantee what he's thinking? Dylan said impatiently. Whose side are you on? If you like to speak up for Black Star so much, why don't you scram behind his butt? Why don't you obediently receive whatever SH*T he throws at you? What are you talking about? Plus, Black Star doesn't need to SH*T. Viger's mouth twitched, but he was not angry. He was already used to Dylan's foul mouth. Dylan retracted his gaze and snorted. This is only the first wave of attacks. The enemy will invade again, and more beyond grade as will die in battle. If we participate in the battle, we'll end up like this sooner or later. It wasn't easy for us to get a new life. I'm not willing to work for the 3 universal civilizations. Have you made up your mind to watch the enemy invade? Viger frowned. I'm not going to get involved in this mess. If the 3 universal civilizations win, I'll stay. If they don't win, where can I go in the universe? My elven holy kingdom is gone, and my concubines have been divided up. What's there for me to miss? Dylan scratched his nose. Fine. You're good. Viger was speechless. He shook his head and walked out of the room. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his communicator and dialed Oathkeeper's number. A few seconds later, the call went through and Oathkeeper's face appeared on the screen. What's the matter? Viger hesitated for a moment before saying, regarding Black Star's call, I want to ask for your opinion. He was actually a little confused. After all, Dylan was not completely unreasonable. To the revivers, it was not a bad choice to stay out of trouble. However, Viger still could not make up his mind, so he wanted to ask for Oathkeeper's opinion. Oathkeeper's persistence over the years had earned the respect of all the revivers. After all, He was once a comrade with the same goal and an old friend of many years. He was very important in his heart and was far more trustworthy than Black Star. Oathkeeper also knew that the revivers did not respond to Han Zhao's call, so he understood what Baiger was asking. He pondered for a moment and said, "I suggest you participate in the battle and give it your all." Seeing that Baiger did not speak, Oathkeeper continued, "I know you're worried about the risks, but Black Star has his own plan and doesn't treat you guys as sacrifices. The underworld isn't all his trump cards. He's prepared other escape routes for you guys. Furthermore, you guys have a misconception. The compromise of the three universal civilizations doesn't mean that the battle between the Beyond Grade as is over. Black Star is still working hard for this goal. The enemy is an opportunity." "I don't really understand." Baiger frowned. "It's not convenient for me to explain this matter too clearly for the time being. If you're willing to believe me, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't be afraid of death. Black Bear will always have a way to make you open your eyes again." Oathkeeper shook his head. Without Black Star's approval, it was not convenient for him to reveal the truth of the unlimited Sanctum revival. Furthermore, it would be suspicious if he said it. Facts spoke louder than words. Oathkeeper had heard Han Xiao talk about the plan and knew that Black Star needed a reviver who dared to die in battle as an example. If none of the revivers participated in the battle, Black Star would lack the material to show the truth of the Sanctum revival. However, it was not appropriate to directly ask the revivers to die. After all, even with the Sanctum revival, their strength would decrease after they were reborn. Not many people were willing to do so. People's hearts were always fickle, so he could only urge them to participate in the battle. Anyway, as long as they went to the front lines, Oathkeeper believed that Black Star would definitely be able to act as the revivers. "I'll think about it." Baiger hung up the communication and thought about Oathkeeper's hint. He pondered for a while before making up his mind. There must be a reason for Oathkeeper's suggestion. It was better to go to the front lines to take a look. Even if he participated in the battle, Aurora would be on the battlefield, so the danger should not be that high. In the large conference room of the Intercepting Circle's main base, many Beyond Grade as who participated in the battle gathered together. On the conference stage sat Simon and the other commanders, as well as the remote projections of the leaders of the three universal civilizations. After many days of fighting, this batch of World Tree Expedition team had already been defeated. The three universal civilizations only had to clean up the mess, and the three leaders descended to reward these Beyond Grade as. The direct Beyond Grade as had other internal rewards, but the rewards for the association members were different. They were basically direct material rewards. This was an agreement that Han Xiao and the three universal civilizations had agreed on long ago. The association would not provide high-level combatants for free. Everyone's contributions have been recorded. According to the agreement that His Excellency Black Star has negotiated with us, we will pay you enough. These are the list of resources. Marbruce summoned the virtual screen and opened a list interface. All kinds of items that could be exchanged were displayed to everyone present. Han Xiao took a look and nodded slightly. Many of the items here were strategic resources that were not open to the public under normal circumstances. This time, all of them were open to exchange and did not hide anything. This was basically the same as the players using their faction contribution points to exchange for equipment. But the difference was that the Beyond Grade as did not have an interface to display their contribution points. This time, Lewis pondered for a moment and said, "In order to show our sincerity, you can choose different universal treasures in our inventory as rewards according to your contributions. It will be the same in the future." Hearing this, the eyes of many Beyond Grade as lit up with joy. Many of them did not even have a single universal treasure, but now that they had a channel to exchange for it, they were pleasantly surprised. Even those who had universal treasures did not mind having more equipment in their hands. "Yo, you've put in a lot of effort." Han Xiao raised his brows. At the very least, every Beyond Grade A participating in the battle would have one, which was not a small number. Furthermore, they would be provided with the right to exchange for it every time they fought in the future. Even if the three universal civilizations had a lot of universal treasures in their inventory, they could not afford to be so extravagant. After all, the beyond great could choose on their own, so they would definitely choose from the good ones. However, on second thought, Han Shao understood the three universal civilizations plan. Since they had to distribute universal treasures to the participants in every battle, they might as well give them away. At the same time, it would also encourage the beyond great to fight. After all, if the beyond great were gone, there was no point in keeping some universal treasures that were exclusive to individuals. In addition, the three universal civilizations might have another plan, which was to use rewards to attract the association's revivers to participate in the battle. Han Shao knew what kind of shit they were holding in. However, there was no need to stop them. Han Shao was also happy to let the three universal civilizations bleed. He could not ask the other beyond grade, as who had contributed to the battle, to reject this reward. That would be too unpopular. Everyone rubbed their palms and chose the universal treasures they liked from the list. However, there were also a few beyond grade as who made a different choice. They surrounded Aurora and smiled kindly. We owe you a favor this time. Do you have any universal treasures you want? I can help you choose. Aurora was stunned and waved her hands. There's no need for that. There's no need to be modest. You deserve it. Mila Zhao's incarnation revealed a loving smile. As a huge living target, be it the enemy's hit rate or his own healer's hit rate, it was very high for him. This time, he was the happiest to be healed by Aurora. I really don't need anything. Aurora was helpless. This was the truth. With an insane treasure like the underworld and a boss who sold universal treasures in bulk, why would she need anything else? She really did not need the universal treasures of the three universal civilizations. The surrounding beyond grade looked at her enviously, but they could understand her actions. After all, this battle had already proven that if one wanted to survive on the battlefield, a healer was the most important. Some beyond grade were willing to give up the opportunity to exchange for universal treasures to please Aurora. Furthermore, this healer's healing ability was limited. If they did not build a good relationship with her, the amount of healing they received after the battle would probably not be comparable to others. Han Shao glanced at Aurora, who was surrounded by everyone, and his mouth twitched. Tisk, so this is what it means to have milk is mother. After complaining in his heart, Han Shao retracted his gaze and casually looked at the list. He did not feel anything. He had a deep foundation now, so he did not care too much about the universal treasures provided by the three universal civilizations. His thoughts had already drifted away. The main storyline mission of this battle had already been completed. Although it was a drop in the bucket for him, the EXP reward this time was very generous. Countless army players had received a large wave of EXP, which was the greatest benefit for him. The sooner the players reached the max level, the sooner they could spend their EXP elsewhere, increasing their EXP gain speed. Han Zhao's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. After repelling the enemy this time, a large number of high-level combatants will need time to revive. With me here, the World Tree probably won't dare to send foreign experts over, so their next wave of attacks won't arrive so soon. Should I take this opportunity to make a trip to the Sanctum? The flow of time in the Sanctum was different from that in the main universe. The last time he entered the third Sanctum, it took him 3 months. Even if his authority in the first Sanctum was higher, it would probably take him a lot of time. Taking advantage of the fact that the World Tree was not invading, it was a good opportunity to enter the Sanctum. There was a high chance that he would not miss anything. Han Shao planned to enter the Sanctum this time not only to revive the 6 victims. There were still many beyond grade waiting to be revived in history, such as the direct descendants of the 3 universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance. This was a deal that he had agreed to. When the World Tree revived the high-level combatants, he had to expand the number of experts on his side. It's a pity that the revivers did not participate in this war. Otherwise, I would have been able to reveal the truth of the Sanctum revival. However, it's fine if I don't expose it now. The war is still in its early stages. If I expose it too early, it might cause the three universal civilizations to have other thoughts. When the two sides can't split their attention, it might be the best time to expose it. Han Xiao had a thought. However, he still had to use Destiny's Child to monitor and confirm that the World Tree would not take any further action in the short term. Only then could he enter the sanctum with ease. On the other side, in the World Tree Civilization's territory, the Tree King Palace, 4 high-level combatants have been captured alive. The mental network has been disconnected. Although the World Tree connection still exists, we can't monitor their status. The second executive officer was expressionless as he reported the situation of the 4 World Tree experts sealed in amber. Heart Tree King narrowed his eyes and revealed an interested expression. Interesting. Does the enemy this time have such a method to capture them alive? It's not simple. It might be a special item like a space wonder. Can it track their location? Yes, the connection power of the mother tree is still being transmitted to the individual, but it's being isolated by something unknown. It can't seep in, so we can't sense the situation of the 4 people. Following the interrupted information state, we can confirm that the coordinates of the 4 people are near the Expeditionary Army battlefield. Let's try to snatch them back next time. Let's see what captured them alive and throw them into the mother tree for analysis. Heart Tree King waved his hand. When will the next step begin? The executive officer asked. There's no rush. The other party's recovery type Esper is very troublesome, causing the exchange to be ineffective this time. However, no matter how low the battle results are, it's still an exchange. The enemy has permanently lost a few high-level combatants, so we still have the advantage. Heart Tree King rubbed the armrest and paused for a moment before continuing. Let's wait for our high-level combatants to revive first. Now, let's plan how to get rid of that recovery type Esper. If we don't kill this person, our tactics will be greatly reduced. If the exchange really doesn't work, then let's not waste any more time and directly launch an all-out attack. As long as we enter their territory, the mother tree will be able to eat to its heart's content. Chapter 1362. Not long after, the Beyond Grade has finished choosing their respective rewards, and the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations gave them some more encouragement before ending the meeting. The group walked out of the room and returned to their exclusive activity room. At this time, Han Xiao clapped twice, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, I have something to announce. I might be carrying out the Sanctum Revival soon and bring back the 6 Beyond Grade as who died in battle this time. Everyone was stunned for a moment before becoming excited. So soon, Kasui blinked, a little surprised. He was someone who knew the details of the sanctums and knew that it was not easy to open them. He had always thought that Han Xiao would wait until there were more casualties before bringing them back in one go. This was more cost-effective, but now, only 6 had died before using the Sanctum Revival, which was a little beyond his expectations. It's fine, this is part of the plan. Han Xiao waved his hand. This high-intensity battle had made many Beyond Grade as nervous. Using the Sanctum Revival to bring back the victims could boost their morale. After all, although the revival of Beyond Grade as in history was shocking, it was better to let everyone witness the revival of the dead. At the same time, this was also an opportunity to show their attitude. The impatience to revive the victims could make most people feel relieved and believe that they would receive the same treatment. After all, the other Beyond Grade, as did not know the price of the Sanctum Revival. The more relaxed Han Xiao appeared, the more confidence they would have. I feel that those 6 guys don't want to be revived so quickly. They might die again next time. Why don't we let them sleep for a while? Sun Hunter muttered softly. Han Xiao turned around and glanced at him, and Sun Hunter immediately shut up. Hearing this, many Beyond Grade as had strange expressions. In everyone's eyes, the Sanctum Revival was only a one-time opportunity. If they could avoid some battles during the period of death, it would be the best for them. However, from the perspective of others, they could not wait for the victims to come back quickly to share the pressure. For a moment, they did not know what to say. There were also some Beyond Grade as who could not help but look at Hela. If not for the fact that Black Star had always been very reliable, They would have thought that Black Star's purpose of reviving the dead was to quickly bring these people who had used the sanctum revival to the underworld. Han Xiao saw everyone's expressions and could naturally guess what they were thinking. Anyway, it's settled. I'm not only reviving the victims this time, but I also plan to revive some historical experts and expand the scale of the high-level combatants to share more pressure. So that's how it is. That's really good. Everyone immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, Han Xiao's communicator rang. He took it out and saw that it was from Baiger. Han Xiao raised his brows and picked up the call. Baiger, why are you looking for me? Black Star, the revivers, and I have decided to join you at the front lines and respond to your call to participate in the war. Baiger went straight to the point with a solemn tone. Why so sudden? Han Xiao was slightly stunned. The surrounding Beyond Grade has stopped talking and pricked up their ears to listen. Because of their differences, the revivers did not come to participate in the battle and watch them fight the enemy at the front lines. Although no one said anything, they naturally had a lot of opinions about the revivers. Even if they understood the revivers' mentality, they were still dissatisfied. Although Black Star said that he would wait for the revivers to change their minds, in the eyes of everyone, the chances of the revivers responding to the call were too low. Therefore, everyone was very curious about why Baiger suddenly changed his attitude. Could it be that the 3 universal civilizations' rewards attracted them? It shouldn't be. These revivers had seen all kinds of good things before. Furthermore, they had just received their rewards, and the news should not have been sent back yet. Could it be that the great victory and extremely low losses this time gave the revivers confidence? Ahem, I've been thinking about it recently. Since we're all beyond grade as on the United Front, we still need to advance and retreat together. We can't just watch you guys fight for your lives. Plus, Black Star, you're right. We were all born in this galaxy, and it's not time to abandon our home yet. I've decided to do my part. Han Xiao was skeptical. These words sounded righteous, but he did not believe them. He did not feel that these old people would suddenly become hot-blooded. Could it be that Oathkeeper gave him a hint? Han Xiaoxin put on a gratified expression and said with a smile, "You've made the right choice. As I said, no matter when you change your mind, you're welcome to fight alongside us." It's great that you guys can think like that. Kasuyi smiled. Everyone also expressed their welcome. With Baiger's attitude, the dissatisfaction of the Beyond Grade as present toward the revivers disappeared, and they felt much more pleasing to the eye. This time, Han Xiao asked, "By the way, did Dylan say anything about coming or not?" "He said you pooped." "Ahem. He said he didn't want to die," Baiger said helplessly. "It's still the same. I don't think he'll change his mind." "Then forget it. Let's not bother about him for now." Han Xiao shook his head. After understanding Dylan's experience, he could understand why Dylan was determined not to help the 3 universal civilizations. After all, due to the tragedy of the Pinnacles, this old man was so green that he could directly pretend to be a member of the World Tree. After casually encouraging him, Han Xiao hung up the call, walked out of the room, found a private location, and dialed Oathkeeper's number. Very soon, Oathkeeper's face appeared on the screen. Han Xiao did not make small talk and went straight to the point. "Did you say something to Baiger?" "Oh, is he preparing to join the battle?" "I did hint at him vaguely." Oathkeeper nodded gently and explained. Han Xiao chuckled. "You're quite good at dealing with people. Although I don't necessarily need the revivers to reveal the truth of the Sanctum Revival, it's fine to have more of them. These revivers were not the only materials to reveal the truth of the Sanctum Revival." Han Xiao had long considered the possibility that these revivers would not participate in the battle and had actually made many preparations. The direct descendants of the advanced civilizations that had entered the Sanctum Revival this time were actually a backup plan. After all, the mentality of the direct descendants was different. They would most likely continue to accept the command of the civilization and throw their lives into the battlefield. This way, when these revived direct descendants died in battle, he would have the materials to reveal the truth of the Sanctum Revival. He did not necessarily need the revivers from before. Although Baiger had decided to participate in the battle, Han Xiao did not intend to change this plan and still made preparations. These thoughts flashed through Han Xiaoxin's mind, and he asked the question he was most concerned about. How's the collection of Sanctum keys going? Very good. The resources given by the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance have made up for a lot of materials. The first Sanctum has already been collected, and the third Sanctum is almost done. Other than the sixth Sanctum, the other Sanctum keys have reached more than 75%. Han Xiao glanced at the data sent by Oathkeeper and could not help but smile. Although there was only one complete Sanctum key at the moment, it did not mean that the progress would return to zero after it was used up. This was because other than some materials that were extremely difficult to obtain, most of the other materials were repeated. The three universal civilizations had a lot of stock and were supplying them in batches. Han Xiao looked at the list of materials. Even if he used up all the keys to the first Sanctum, his progress would at most fall back to 70% to 80%. He only needed to get a few more rare materials, and he would be able to get another key to the first Sanctum. Not bad, not bad, Han Xiao muttered subconsciously. Seeing him focusing on the list, Oathkeeper's eyes suddenly flashed with a glint. Black Star was distracted. Good opportunity. Humph, work hard. I represent the organization. Click. Without waiting for Oathkeeper to finish, Han Xiao ended the call decisively with a cold smile on his face. Want to ambush me? Eat sh**t. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator rang as if it was unwilling to give up. Han Xiao moved his lips, took a deep breath, and carefully received the communication. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw that it was not Oathkeeper who appeared on the screen. He hurriedly stopped. Herberlin, I received your battle report. It's unbelievable. How did you do it? Herberlin's electronic image showed an exaggerated expression of surprise. Herberlin did not participate in this battle. On one hand, his body had not been fully adjusted, and on the other hand, he would definitely be recognized by the World Tree. He was afraid that there would be variables, so it was not convenient for him to participate in the first wave of battle. Only when the information on both sides was irreversible could he be allowed to fight at ease. You mean the damage to the high-level combatants? Han Xiao pinched his chin and teased. If I have to say something, it can only be attributed to my wisdom. He had only meant to joke, but he did not expect Herberlin to nod with a serious expression. Indeed, without you, the three universal civilizations would not have such a battle record. Han Xiao opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I didn't expect you to be a bootlicker too. I originally thought that even if you could defeat the World Tree, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Herberlin was a little excited. Because the Karma Republic had lost too badly, Herberlin had a deep psychological shadow of the World Tree. However, the battle report of this great victory gave him confidence. He saw the hope of this universal civilization defeating the World Tree, and there was indeed a chance for revenge by hugging this thigh. Only then was he finally willing. If there are any tough battles in the future, you must use my strength. Herberlin's expression became solemn. All right, even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't let you be idle. Han Xiao could only give him a few words of encouragement before hanging up. Just as he put away the communicator, footsteps sounded behind him. Han Xiao turned around and saw Hela walking over. Do you have time now? Follow me to the underworld. Hela's face was cold as she slowly said, If you don't go now, those newly accepted hero spirits will probably rebel. All right, let's go. Han Xiao nodded, changed into king, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Underworld dimension. Densely packed, newborn hero spirits stood on the pitch-black ground. Countless people had blank expressions on their faces. Their memories were still frozen at the scene before their deaths, and the pain on their bodies did not seem to have disappeared. In a flash, they arrived in this space. Where is this? Why am I here? I should have been killed by the explosion. Why am I still alive? No, what's wrong with my body? Why can't I feel anything? The commotion quickly spread, and countless hero spirits became more and more flustered. They questioned while observing their surroundings, trying to figure out the current situation. These newborn hero spirits came from different civilizations organizations, and all kinds of species. Many of them were serious soldiers, and they were all vigilantly observing the hero spirits around them. At this moment, streams of light suddenly gathered above everyone and condensed into Onisalu's figure. She had a kind smile on her face. Everyone, this is the underworld. You've already sacrificed yourselves on the battlefield, but you're not completely dead. Your souls were brought here, and you've been reborn as hero spirits here. Her voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the power of the underworld. Countless newborn heroic spirits looked up at Onisalu in the sky with shock. We really sacrificed ourselves. I thought it was a dream. We can only leave the underworld with permission. So, we've lost our freedom and become slaves? Countless newborn hero spirits were in an uproar. They had become someone else's slave without any mental preparation. They could not accept it once. This feeling was like being forcefully bought and sold. They did not have the freedom to refuse and could only be arranged by others. Furthermore, the other party had taken away their souls while they were dying in battle. It gave everyone the feeling that they were taking advantage of them. It was simply picking up corpses. Many people were furious. Let me out. I don't care who you are. I won't be your slave. Controlling my soul? Don't even think about it. The endless number of newborn heroic spirits roared together, and their momentum was extremely shocking. It was as if they were going to shatter the earth, as if they were going to rebel in the next second. However, Onisalu's expression did not change. She only gently made a zipping motion with her finger. The next second, the entire world fell silent. No matter how the newborn hero spirits roared, they could not make a sound. Looking at the countless newborn hero spirits covering their throats in shock and anger, Onisalu shook her head helplessly and explained, "In the underworld, I'm the absolute ruler. In the underworld, I am the absolute ruler. I control all of your actions. Furthermore, in the soul state, you don't have any combat power." However, the more this was the case, the angrier the countless newborn hero spirits became. Since they could not make a sound, they used their actions to express their anger. Instantly, they scattered like birds and beasts, wanting to escape. However, Onisalu just changed her hand gesture, and this area was isolated from the outside world, becoming a circular space. Once the newborn hero spirits crossed the border, they would come back from the opposite border, unable to leave. Very soon, countless newborn hero spirits fell into despair and stopped running in vain. Countless angry eyes stared at Onisalu in the sky. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a light flashed in the sky, and two figures appeared out of thin air. They were Han, Xiao, and Hela. Countless newborn hero spirits immediately turned to look and were stunned. There was no one present who did not recognize Black Star. Huh, what's going on here? Han Xiao noticed that something was wrong as soon as he arrived. He turned around and glanced at Onisalu. You took away their voices? Yes, because they're a little angry. I didn't have time to explain everything. Onisalu explained. It's fine. I'm already here. Release them. Han Xiao waved his hand. Onisalu did as she was told, and the newborn hero spirits immediately returned to normal. However, they did not continue to make a fuss. They all looked at Han Xiao with different expressions. Han Xiao's reputation was extremely high now. When they saw him, most of the newborn hero spirits quickly calmed down. They did not trust Onisalu, but they trusted Black Star. Yo, you're quite self-aware. Han Xiao glanced at them and was overjoyed. His reputation was already so great. Just showing his face was enough to calm the emotions of these people. At this moment, a newborn hero spirit spoke loudly. Black Star, are you the one who brought us here? Hearing that, Han Xiao looked down at him and realized that he was an imperial official. He shook his head, patted Hela beside him, and said, Hela and Aurora are the masters of the underworld. I asked them to use the underworld to save the soldiers who died in the war. That's how you all came here. Without waiting for the newborn hero spirits to question him, Han Xiao continued with a deep voice. Only beyond grade as can enjoy the sanctum revival. You guys don't meet the conditions. If you die in battle, you'll really die. However, all of you are precious talents of the Galactic Society, and I can't bear to see you sacrificed so easily. The underworld is my only way to save you, so I had no choice. Now that the enemy is watching, every bit of strength is extremely important. This is to protect our limited armed forces. The three universal civilizations are also aware of this and support this plan. Although becoming a hero spirit of the underworld would mean losing your freedom, it's better than sacrificing yourself. Here, everyone can still shine for the Galactic Society and return to the battlefield to resist the enemy. However, please understand that we have never thought of treating you as slaves. I hereby promise that when the war is over, if any of you are unwilling to stay in the underworld, I can remove your hero spirit state and let you rest in peace. After saying that, the crowd was in an uproar. The expressions of the newborn hero spirits changed, and their emotions were very complicated. Some were conflicted, some were relieved, and some were relieved. However, no matter what they thought, the anger in their hearts slowly dissipated, and they calmed down. Onisalu was a stranger, so her words did not matter. However, Black Star was someone the entire Galactic Society knew, so his words were trustworthy. Since they were already here, there was no way they could resist, so they could only accept this reality. Furthermore, Black Star had promised that they could choose to remove the control of the underworld in the future and not become slaves forever. Although they did not know if Black Star would fulfill his promise, they could only believe it now. Furthermore, after calming down, not many people really wanted to rest in peace. Their current state was better than dying completely. Seeing that the newborn hero spirits had quietened down, Han Xiao turned to look at Hela and shrugged. Done. My job is done. I'll arrange these people for you. His goal of appearing here was only to appease these newborn hero spirits. With his extremely high reputation and legendary points in the explored universe, no one was more suitable for this job than him. In other words, his status in the explored universe was comparable to that of a face fruit user. He could stabilize the morale of the army just by showing his face. Okay. Hela was a woman of few words. She turned to communicate with the newborn hero spirits and explained in more detail. Han Xiao, on the other hand, scanned the boundless sea of people and exhaled softly. War was indeed an opportunity for the underworld to grow rapidly. It was a wave of benefits. He had plundered so many hero spirits this time and poached countless talents from various organizations. The value was extraordinary. However, if he wanted all these people to be of use, Han Xiao clicked his tongue and suddenly had a subtle worry about Aurora's breast volume. With so much breast power, I have a feeling that she'll become flat-chested in the future. Chapter 1363. A day later, in the meeting room of the three universal civilizations. You're planning to revive the sanctum and summon our direct descendants? Bruce, Lewis, and the ethereal Pope stared at Han Xiao's remote projection in the room with surprise. Han Xiao spread his hands and said seriously, "The World Tree has countless experts. Due to a special mechanism, the number of beyond grade as will not decrease, and they have accumulated to their current scale. As for us, due to war and other reasons, our beyond grade have been lost time and time again. Although we repelled the World Tree's attack this time, they did not bring out all their high-level combatants. We have to expand the scale of the beyond grade as to slowly reverse the disadvantage in terms of individual strength." The three leaders looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. When they signed the agreement, there was no clause that restricted Black Star from reviving the direct descendants. They knew that the Beyond Grade A Association was still wary of the three universal civilizations. Even if there were external enemies, Black Star might not awaken their direct descendants to increase the strength of their competitors. Therefore, the three of them were pleasantly surprised when Black Star took the initiative to mention this matter. Regardless of whether Black Star was doing it to share the pressure of the association members or purely for the sake of the war, this was beneficial to them. The direct descendants of the three universal civilizations had generations of beyond grade including national pillars like Claudi and Ulu, who were guardians of different eras. If it could all be summoned back, it would be a huge supplement to the high-level combatants of the three universal civilizations. This is a very wise choice. I'm glad to see that you're willing to consider the big picture. Mara Bruce exclaimed in admiration. Han Xiao did not mind and raised his finger. However, there's a condition. These revived direct descendants have to join the main battlefield. Of course. Lewis nodded. He understood what Han Xiao meant. It was impossible for the revived direct beyond grade as to sit behind the scenes and watch the association members fight for their lives. All right, since we have such a consensus, we can talk about the cost. Han Xiao put down his hand. Cost. Do you think this is free? Han Xiao raised his brows. No, tell me the price. The ethereal Pope shook his head. Due to the righteous nature of Black Star's sudden offer of help, the three of them had nearly believed that it was free of charge. However, now that they had snapped out of their daze, they knew very well that with Black Star's temperament, it was unlikely that he would let go of this opportunity to make a fortune. Although the two sides were currently in a partnership to defend against foreign enemies, the services that should be charged couldn't be free. After all, the two sides were only allies. The three of them had no objections to this. Now is the time to beg for help. It was rare for them to have a chance to revive a direct descendant of history. No matter how high the cost was, they had to bear the pain and pay. Han Xiao opened the virtual screen, made a list, and sent it to the three of them. The three of them quickly browsed through the list. There are all kinds of resources, materials, and weapons on the list. Although they were expensive, they were still within an acceptable range. You want these things? That's right. Follow the list. This is the price to exchange for the Sanctum Revival. Sure. Mara Bruce agreed readily. Han Xiao nodded. There were still materials for the Sanctum Key on the list. Borrowing the power of the three universal civilizations to collect materials and provide for him to enter the Sanctum was equivalent to spending the three universal civilizations' money to increase his Sanctum authority. When do you plan to start? Lewis asked. Destiny's Child surveillance has confirmed that the World Tree civilization won't make any big movements in the short term. I will use the Sanctum Revival soon. Han Xiao nodded, paused, and said, Also, when I use the Sanctum Revival, I will temporarily leave the main universe for about 3 months. During this time, I won't be able to contact you. During my absence, Hela will be in charge of relaying the information from Destiny's Child surveillance channel. 3 months. The three of them felt their hearts sink. If the World Tree made any movements during this period, without Black Star, there might be changes. The three of them suddenly realized that they had unknowingly developed a certain level of dependence on Black Star. Ever since they discovered the World Tree, Black Star's actions had established most of their current advantages and accumulated a very high degree of trust. He was extremely competent as a special consultant, and to a certain extent, the three of them almost treated Han Xiao as the backbone to deal with the World Tree civilization. Without Black Star around, they subconsciously felt less confident. If you're worried that the World Tree will send another Tree King, you can let Wernos participate in the battle. With his abilities, it won't be a problem for him to block a Tree King, Han Xiaoxin said. In his previous life, Wernos did not participate in the battle, and this time he was still one of the few direct beyond grade, as he was not drafted. It was very strange. Han Xiao was also very curious why the Arcane Church did not send this Asterisk start out. Even if his main body did not go, he could have sent a few god incarnations. There are some special reasons that make it inconvenient for him to make a move. The ethereal Pope shook his head. What special reason can be more important than the threat of the World Tree? Han Xiao raised his brows. When he fought with me, he was full of energy, but when facing external enemies, he had all kinds of excuses. Could it be that Wernos was the type to be submissive to the outside world, but to the inside world? Anyway, there are some reasons. The ethereal Pope kept his mouth shut. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, "By the way, can you unseal the 10,000 deity scepter? Wernos is not participating in the battle, and he's asking me to unseal his weapon? Even if he doesn't use it, the 10,000 deity scepter is still a great weapon against individual strength. We'll see." Han Xiao did not comment. The 10,000 deity scepter could indeed increase the combat strength of high-level combatants, but he did not plan to unseal the arcane church yet. After pausing for a moment, he spoke again. "I need to obtain some mediums related to the revival target. Which direct descendants do you want to revive? Give me their mediums in the next few days." The three of them nodded, and their hearts skipped a beat. They were also organizing people to study the sanctums. This was the first time they knew that the sanctums needed a medium to revive. However, it was normal. If they did not need a medium, wouldn't even the beyond grade, as of other unknown civilizations, be able to revive at will? This time, Han Xiao added one more thing. "This time, I will revive some of the direct descendants of the Supercluster Alliance." The expressions of the three of them changed slightly. At this moment, the three of them thought of many things and subconsciously thought that this was Black Star's way of balancing the three of them. Reviving the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations was a threat to the Beyond Grade A Association. Therefore, Black Star deliberately revived the direct descendants of the Supercluster Alliance, forming a tripartite balance to restrict the three universal civilizations. This method could also be explained by reviving the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations. Considering the overall situation of the war, the three of them, as the ones who benefited from this reason, could not refute. "Don't think too much. I just made a deal with the Supercluster Alliance in the past. I don't plan to go against this agreement." Han Xiao ignored their gazes and replied casually, "It's only right." The three of them adjusted their mentality and regained their composure. Many of the direct descendants of the Supercluster Alliance had died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. The hatred between the two sides was deeply rooted. Once they were revived, it would definitely be troublesome. However, the Sanctum revival was controlled by Black Star, so they could only accept this change. Furthermore, the three of them believed that as long as their direct descendants were revived, they would not have to worry about the Supercluster Alliance causing trouble. The two sides quickly reached a consensus. Just as Han Xiao was about to end the communication, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, how's the progress of the Secondary Dimension Expedition team? There have been some losses, but we still haven't found anything." Mar Bruce shook his head. Hearing this, Han Xiao sighed. The World Tree civilization still did not know that they had sent troops to search for the main body long ago. The Secondary Dimension Expedition team was the true winner of the three universal civilizations. In the Supercluster Alliance's joint conference room, after meeting the leaders of the three universal civilizations, Han Xiao immediately went to the Supercluster Alliance. At this moment, the leaders of the Supercluster civilizations were all in the room, staring at Han Xiao. "Black Star, the results of your battle this time are shocking. Before you came, we were still talking about you. If we didn't know your abilities, we would have thought that the enemy this time was very weak." The leaders of the civilizations praised him. "It's not bad. It's mainly because the Beyond Grade has worked together," Han Xiao casually replied. He observed the expressions of the leaders of the civilizations present and quickly calculated in his mind. With his understanding of the Supercluster civilizations, these people were most likely looking forward to waiting for the three universal civilizations and the World Tree to suffer so that they could take over. Therefore, seeing such low losses, the Supercluster Alliance might not be too happy. He remembered that in his previous life, the Supercluster Alliance even had a plan, which was to take their civilization and leave the explored universe while the three universal civilizations were fighting the World Tree. They thought that the three universal civilizations would not have the energy to stop them and could only watch them leave. However, after experiencing the perverted strength of the World Tree civilization, the Supercluster Alliance understood that this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. In the end, they did not use this plan and wholeheartedly cooperated with the three universal civilizations to fight the enemy. Han Shao estimated that the Supercluster Alliance most likely had similar thoughts. After being bullied by the three universal civilizations for so long, it was impossible for them not to have considered this route. Just as he was thinking, the Star Arc leader knocked on the table and asked, "Black Star, why are you contacting us this time?" Han Shao calmed himself down and said, "I'm here to fulfill the agreement." "Which agreement?" "I promised you 10 direct beyond grade as for the Sanctum Revival. Now is the time." As soon as he said that, the Star Arc leader and the other leaders of the civilizations were overjoyed. After reaching an agreement, the Supercluster Alliance quickly gathered the revival fees and handed them to Han Shao. However, it was Black Star who had the final say on when to revive. They did not know how long Black Star would drag it out, but they had already paid the deposit, so they could only wait patiently. Now, they had finally become the mother-in-law. This spare tire was worth it. As expected, in the end, everything was available. The Star Arc leader suppressed his excitement and said, "Got it. Do we need to prepare anything?" "We need some mediums." Han Shao repeated his explanation to the three universal civilizations, and everyone nodded. After explaining, Han Shao looked around at everyone's expressions, smiled, and said, "There's another thing. I'll still give you 10 slots for the next revival. You still need to buy them. You could discuss among yourselves if you want to increase the price." "Of course we accept," the Star Arc leader immediately said. 10 slots were far from enough to revive all the historical beyond grade as of their supercluster civilization. Since Black Star was willing to sell another 10 slots, there was naturally no reason to refuse. "You don't have to be in a hurry to bid. It won't be too late to wait until I bring this batch of revivers back." Han Shao waved his hand. The two sides exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Only the leaders of the civilizations were left in the conference room, and their faces finally revealed joy. "When our direct descendants return, our plan will be even more confident. Black Star has helped us greatly this time." The Star Arc civilization leader took a deep breath and was excited. What they did not know was that Black Star, who only gave them 10 slots each time, sold an unlimited number of revival slots to the three universal civilizations. 2 days later, somewhere in the ancient Star Desert, the spaceship of the Holy Covenant organization was floating in the starry sky, warming up the equipment and preparing to open the Sanctum Channel. Han Shao stayed in the main ship and was talking to Hela and the other upper echelons. "While I'm using the Sanctum Revival, the army will be under your command. Pay attention to preserving your strength. If the World Tree makes a move, Aurora, you have to pay attention to protecting yourself. It's best to persuade Manison, Kasui, and the others to temporarily be your bodyguards. This time, the World Tree has lost quite a number of experts, so they won't revive so quickly. The intensity shouldn't be too high. Don't worry, I have the strength to protect myself now." Aurora nodded. "However, you have to be careful. If anything happens, you'd better evacuate. I provided Herberlin with some kings. Although he hasn't participated in the battle for the time being, if there's any danger, he'll use his mechanical force to teleport you away." After giving some instructions, Han Shao handed over the command to the officers before hanging up. "If you're done, shall I begin?" Oathkeeper asked. "Come on." Han Shao nodded. The order was passed down, and rays of light shot out from the spaceship of the Holy Covenant organization and entered the key of the first sanctum. Very soon, a familiar scene appeared again. The shadows of 6 light gates appeared, and only one was left, which turned into the passageway to the first sanctum. Han Shao took a deep breath and turned into a meteor, diving into the sanctum passageway. The next moment, the light gate quickly shrank, and a slender light flashed past, like the scene when an old-fashioned television was turned off. Under everyone's gazes, the sanctum passageway and Han Shao disappeared together, leaving nothing behind. Oathkeeper exhaled. The annoying guy was gone. He could finally experience the feeling of being the boss again. Chapter 1364. The tunnel filled with endless streams of light seemed to be able to travel through time. His senses became hazy and blurry, as if his mind had sunk into an old dream in the depths of his memory. After an unknown period of time, his vision suddenly opened up, and his consciousness returned. Han Zhao's vision cleared, and he looked around. He found that he had arrived at a boundless white world with countless balls of light floating. He had a deep impression of such a scene. Phew, I'm in. Han Zhao relaxed his mind, turned his head to look at the collapsing tunnel, and clenched his hand. A wave of energy emerged from his body and turned into a mark on his palm. The sanctum passage immediately stabilized. He retracted his palm and took a look. This mark was formed by 8 patterns. It was the level 8 authority of the first sanctum. I have to hurry. Han Zhao calmed himself down and immediately began to move. This was his second time entering the sanctum, so he was already familiar with the way. The longer he stayed in the sanctum, the more time passed in the outside world. The last time he entered the third sanctum, he had wasted a lot of time testing the functions of the sanctum. This time, there was no need for that. Han Zhao took out many mediums and called for the sanctum revival. There was an immediate reaction. Rays of light gathered and condensed into a sanctum revival mark in midair in front of him, floating quietly. He reached out and touched it, and the sanctum revival mark merged into his palm, turning into a tattoo-like mark. After checking the target of revival and the mark, Han Zhao nodded. Without any delay, he immediately began to touch the various information form light balls to collect different information. The information stored in the first sanctum was closely related to mechanical technology. It stored the high-level blueprints developed by countless iteration civilizations, and many of them were universal treasures used by mechanics. The value of this information to Han Zhao was far greater than the value of the third sanctum. Han Zhao's authority level in the first sanctum was higher than that of the third sanctum. His memory capacity was higher, and he could take away more technical information at once. Naturally, there was no reason for him to let go of such an opportunity to plunder technology here. The technology of the final civilizations of the various iterations entered Han Zhao's mind one after another, slowly reaching the memory capacity limit of the authority limit. It's finally full. The memory capacity of level 8 authority is much higher. Han Zhao stopped his plundering at the right time, feeling rather excited. This round of looting was a huge boost to his technological foundation. He had obtained many trump cards from iteration final civilizations, which would be enough for him to study for a long time. The number of blueprints in his inventory had greatly increased. The trump cards of these final civilizations were not simple, and their functions were complicated. The strategic value of some of these technologies was not inferior to the Radiant Federation's multidimensional sky opening transportation device. Bringing these precious technologies out this time was equivalent to obtaining a new trump card to fight against the World Tree Civilization, increasing the Galactic Society's war capital. After being happy for a while, Han Zhao suppressed his emotions. After doing these two things, his goal of opening the sanctum would be completed. After looking around, Han Zhao suddenly thought of something and used the sanctum authority to summon the message board of the iteration civilization. The last time he entered the third sanctum, due to his authority, a lot of the information on the message board was empty. This time, he had higher authority in the first sanctum, so he should be able to see more information. Han Zhao planned to take a look before he left. The sanctum authority mark emitted rays of light and quickly weaved into a message board that floated in front of Han Zhao. Han Zhao browsed through it carefully and compared it to the content of the third sanctum in his memory. As expected, he realized that many of the empty content from the last time had become visible. He looked down line by line and paused on the 5th last paragraph of the Celestial Star Alliance's record. Then, he looked at the last 4 paragraphs with the most empty content. Compared to what he had seen in the third sanctum, most of the last 4 paragraphs were still covered, but some new content was also revealed. Among them, the 4th last paragraph had the most content. In a large gap, a few pieces of information appeared. According to the research results of the Joint Observation Institute, The great reboot will take place in the future. We have learned from the lessons of the previous iteration and formulated the information form stripping plan. We hope that the long relay can end in our hands. Our civilization is called civilization. If the civilization of the subsequent iterations is to us, then it proves that our plan is wrong. Please change to a new route. Is this the next iteration of the Celestial Star Alliance? Han Xiao pondered. It looked like it was another message from a civilization that had not survived the Great Reboot. Although his authority was not enough to show the name of this civilization, making it impossible to search for the other party's information form light sphere, he learned that the other party's plan to survive the Great Reboot was called the Information Form Stripping Plan. Information Form Stripping sounds interesting. Han Xiao stroked his chin and muttered. Other than this paragraph, the other information that appeared in the last 4 paragraphs were all fragmentary words and did not have much value. The level 8 authority was not enough to fully view this part of the content. After browsing through it again and memorizing the many messages, Han Xiao closed the message board and flew toward the sanctum passage. The second day Han Xiao entered the sanctum. In the main base of the interceptor circle, many beyond grade as were on standby. When there were no combat missions, they would do their own things. In the exclusive activity room, some of the beyond grade as were resting or having fun, chatting casually. Kasui was playing cards with Secret Master, and a group of people were watching from the side. We've lost contact with Black Star. I wonder how many troublesome fellows he's going to bring back this time. Sun Hunter, who was the size of a finger, stood on the card table with his arms crossed and spoke in a low voice. Kasui threw out a Kasui card and smiled helplessly. It's indeed troublesome. After all, some of the historical beyond grade as have complicated relationships with us. The first 2 batches of revived beyond grade as did not have much contact with the current beyond grade as, but this time, the target of revival was different. Many of them were their acquaintances. Ahem, to be honest, I'm not ready to meet my ancestor yet. Milizaus had a headache. He was the patriarch of the astral spiritual dragon race, and the astral spiritual dragon race was a branch bloodline left behind by beyond grade a magic blue dragon, which could be considered his ancestor. Milizaus was not the only one who had such an encounter. The beyond grade, as that Black Star was preparing to revive this time, had a similar relationship with many of the people present. It would have been fine if that was all, but many of them had enmity with each other. Thinking that their enemies were about to revive, many of them felt uneasy. Originally, everything would be over if they died, and their hatred would be put down. However, now that their enemies had all come back to life, should they still pursue their past grudges? This was especially so for the victims of the tragedy of the pinnacles represented by Dylan. Everyone felt that they would definitely not let this matter rest. When these people are revived by Black Star in the Sanctum, it'll be good if they don't fight. Kant shook his head. Hela, who was resting in the corner with her eyes closed, did not open them. What's there to be afraid of? If Black Star can revive them, he can also stuff them back into their graves. If they cause trouble, I'll be happy to send them to the underworld. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at her, speechless. That's the logic, but saying it in front of us feels like you're warning us. Everyone curled their lips and looked away. Humph! Although they're sisters, Aurora is still cuter. Hela is right. At a time like this, we can't waste a single soldier. Kasui chuckled. After Han Xiao entered the Sanctum, Kasui and Hela became the backbone of the association. The former was the vice president, and Hela did not have enough reputation. However, Han Xiao had given her the intelligence channel of Destiny's Child to contact, so Hela temporarily enjoyed a transcendent status. Speaking of which, although Black Star is shameless and cunning, he's still very hard-working when it comes to fighting for the interests of the Beyond Grade, as in maintaining the safety of the Galactic Society. He's almost like a different person, Sun Hunter said. That's because you don't understand him. Cunning is just a means. I've always felt that Black Star is an idealist who plans for the peace of the universe and has noble pursuits that transcend reality. Biger's tone was solemn. He was an old bootlicker. Forget it. Black Star is purely an opportunist, but his common interests are the same as ours. Don't flatter him. Heber snorted. The group of people started a heated discussion about what kind of person Black Star was. Anyway, Han Shao was not here, and it was not convenient for them to complain in front of him. Now, they could say whatever they wanted. On the other side, Manison stayed alone in the observation tower of the main base, silently looking at the starry sky. He was playing with a cube-like polyhedron in his hand. It looked like some kind of mechanism, and the complicated mechanical structure kept sliding, making clicking sounds. This was a child's initiation toy used by the mechanical race to cultivate mechanical sense from a young age. The ancestor might be coming back, Manison muttered to himself with complicated feelings. He was the second beyond grade A born in the mechanical race, and he also had a distant ancestor. Although he had become an independent species after advancing to the beyond grade A realm, this relationship still counted, especially since Manison was now the only leader of the mechanical race and treated the mechanical race as his important capital. If the ancestor of the mechanical race returned and wanted to become the leader of the mechanical race again, who would the mechanical race listen to? A mountain could not accommodate two tigers. Would his position be affected because of this? Unfortunately, the target of the Sanctum revival was decided by Black Star. As long as he found the medium, he could freely choose the target. Manison could not control Han Zhao's thoughts. He even suspected that Black Star was doing it on purpose. Not to mention Manison's thoughts, Claudia and Olu were also in a dilemma. The two of them were waiting at the dock of the base, watching the huge starships enter the port along the tracks. Olu lit a cigarette, exhaled a mouthful of light blue smoke, and slowly said, "The former direct descendants will be revived soon. Are you nervous?" "Why should I be nervous?" Claudia was expressionless. "Heh, don't tell me you're not traumatized by them at all." Olu sneered. Claudia did not say anything. He was now a direct descendant of the dynasty with the highest status, but he was still a junior in front of the previous generation. Claudia was not the national pillar as soon as he advanced to the beyond grade A realm. Before he grew up, there was still the previous national pillar supporting the dynasty's prestige. At the same time, due to his powerful Esper ability, Claudia was the focus of the dynasty's nurturing. The previous generation's national pillar was his special training instructor, and he could be considered half a teacher. He had left an indelible impression on Claudia. If God had not died, he would have also received his special training. The old would teach the new, and this would be passed down from generation to generation. Although Black Star's starting point is for the sake of the war. Olu took another puff of his cigarette, shook his head, and said, "This kind of action will probably put many people in an unimaginable situation." Claudia shook his head. Facing the many seniors who were about to revive, the entire Beyond Grade A group could not help but have their own thoughts. Chapter 1365. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The military mobilization of the various star fields in the explored universe continued, especially in the flickering world. Under the construction of the engineering fleet and various planet modifications, the various war facilities in the large war zones were quickly perfected. The military factories all over the world were activated all day long, and countless starships of various models left the factory every day. The recruitment of supers led by the three universal civilizations was also in full swing. They recruited a large number of supers from various races and, at the same time, recalled a large number of reserve soldiers who had once served in the military. They received further military training in the various military bases to fill up the gaps in the various military posts. They also forcefully carried out entry-level military training among the galactic citizens to expand the number of soldiers. The speed of war mobilization in the galactic era was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Under the unified command of the three universal civilizations, the war machines of the explored universe operated efficiently. All kinds of resources were thrown into the corresponding gaps and used efficiently. The construction of the frontline intercepting circle was also progressing rapidly. Although the World Tree's attack had failed, it did not stop the harassment of small groups of troops and exchanged fire with the intercepting troops many times. As the space stabilization anchor orbit that the three universal civilizations had set up was getting further and further away, the World Tree civilization's jump point was also moving further and further away from the intercepting circle. Therefore, the World Tree also treated destroying the space stabilization anchor orbit as an important combat goal. It sent vanguard troops to attack the space stabilization anchor orbit in different sections many times, unsealed different jump points, and placed reconnaissance troops at these coordinates. Due to the World Tree's reconnaissance troops constantly splitting up, the entire structure of the space stabilization anchor orbit was like a three-dimensional tree model with many forks. It continued to extend, and countless streams of light representing the fleets of both sides jumped between the tree branches. From time to time, they would collide and break out into local battles. The three universal civilizations' main bases surveillance radar kept showing high-intensity energy sources representing the battle points. The World Tree troops could occasionally succeed, blowing up the branches of the space stabilization anchor orbit many times. They needed to be repaired and chased after the new batch of reconnaissance troops that the World Tree had placed at this jump point. As the intercepting circle and the space stabilization anchor orbit expanded, the number of breakthroughs left for the enemy would also increase. This was an unavoidable trend. However, the three universal civilizations troops could still deal with the current defense line. The World Tree's harassment is endless. Although this is an effective method, it will take a long time. They must have made two preparations and are brewing a new wave of attacks behind our backs. They will create a huge gap in our defense line and strip us of our control over the intercepting circle. In the combat conference room of the main base of the interceptor circle, Simon was discussing with the commanders and staff officers in a low voice. In the month that Black Star had not been around, the two sides had constantly had small conflicts, but there were no large-scale battles. The overall situation was still rather stable, and the number of times that the Beyond Grade as were dispatched could be counted on one hand. The monitoring channel of Destiny's Child that Hela was in charge of did not send any news of the World Tree making a big move. The two sides were in a stalemate for the time being, attacking and defending each other. The enemy did not make much progress. Simon and the others naturally understood that the World Tree would not continue to tangle with them like this. In the past few days, he had a strong tactical intuition that there would be some changes in the near future. According to the data statistics, in the past 5 days, the frequency of the World Tree's attacks on the space stabilization anchor orbit has decreased by 37%, and the number of reconnaissance troops has increased by 73%. Furthermore, we have discovered that the World Tree Army has left a large number of topological space directional targets near the anchor orbit. It is speculated that the World Tree civilization is trying to launch over-the-horizon weapons at the jump points that are not covered by the orbit to remotely destroy the various orbital branches. Simon pressed his hands on the command console with a solemn expression. Another commander nodded and said, "The anti-over-the-horizon radar has been activated all day. If the World Tree adopts this plan, the Dynasty's over-the-horizon anti-particle base cannon, the Radiance's psionic star annihilation beam, and the ethereal psionic state sniper beam can all lock onto the source of the attack and carry out the counterattack mission. I'm just afraid that the World Tree will set up the Lurbo space protection belt. That won't be good." Simon shook his head. Over-the-horizon combat was also the main form of interstellar warfare. In this regard, the three universal civilizations were strong in offense and weak in defense. But the World Tree was different. In the information provided by Black Star, it was claimed that the World Tree civilization had a universal treasure-level special defensive weapon used for over-the-horizon combat called the Lurbo Space Protection Belt. This defensive technology had a similar effect as the psionic seal ring. It was like a portable and miniaturized version, distorting the universal constants of an area, making it impossible for energy-type long-range weapons such as over-the-horizon attacks to penetrate, forming a protective zone. However, this restriction was two-way. The external energy attacks could not pass through, and the attacks from inside out would also be blocked. Therefore, it was difficult for the fleet that activated the Lurbo Space Protection Belt to launch an attack. Because the Lurbo Space Protection Belt could not move with the spaceship after it was activated, it was basically not used in mobile warfare. It was usually used to protect some important facilities in positional warfare. Only physical weapons, such as interstellar missiles and the close-range charge of starships, could ignore the effect of the Lurbo Space Protection Belt. Other energy weapons were basically useless. Most of the over-the-horizon weapons were energy weapons, so this technology was often used in over-the-horizon combat. The protective belt was retracted when the cannon was fired and opened when the fire was stopped. This way, it would be very difficult to be at a disadvantage in over-the-horizon combat. Just as the upper echelons of the group were discussing, the global monitoring radar that covered all the space anchor orbits suddenly sounded an alarm. Hundreds of red lines, representing high-energy strikes, suddenly broke into the edge of the radar's vision and quickly hit different forked orbits. The three-dimensional radar model in front of everyone reacted, and hundreds of red ripples appeared. The damage report of the orbit was quickly sent back. It's confirmed that it's an over-the-horizon strike. The World Tree really did it. Simon's expression froze. Speak of the devil. He had just mentioned the over-the-horizon strike when the World Tree's attack wave arrived. His recent intuition had come true. The jump point where the World Tree released the over-the-horizon weapon was outside the range of the global monitoring radar. It was unknown how far away it was. Analyze the attack trajectory and counterattack, Simon ordered with a deep voice. The anti-over-the-horizon radar was activated and quickly analyzed the curvature, deviation, star positions, and other factors of the hundreds of enemies over-the-horizon attacks. It assisted the artificial intelligence to quickly calculate the huge amount of data. Over-the-horizon strikes were usually not straight lines. Under various cosmic environmental factors, the attack trajectory would show different deviations. Just like how a sniper needed to calculate the wind direction, distance, trajectory, gravity, and other conditions, over-the-horizon strikes were the same. They needed to calculate more parameters and correct the direction of the attack. The calculation model was very complicated, and the reverse lock was to reverse engineer these factors to obtain the coordinates of the attack source. Very soon, the final result was transmitted to the over-the-horizon weapons set up by the three universal civilizations through the quantum communication. Clank! Rows of giant cannons extended from an enormous planetary fortress. The base slowly rotated, and the muzzle turned as if it was aimed at the empty starry sky. In reality, the over-the-horizon crosshair had already locked onto the spatial coordinates calculated by the artificial intelligence. Then, starting from the root of the cannon, the energy circuit lit up one by one. Dark blue particles gathered rapidly from all directions, accumulating energy at the muzzle of the cannon, emitting a dazzling light. When the power reached its peak, the color turned from blue to red, and it suddenly released energy beams with a huge diameter, disappearing into the vast starry sky in the blink of an eye. However, this round of counterattack was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no news. Simon and the others waited for a while, but what they waited for was the second wave of over-the-horizon strikes from the World Tree. Hundreds of orbital branches were destroyed, and the source of the attack was the same. The counterattack doesn't seem to have any effect. Maybe you're right. They used that kind of protective technology. A commander glanced at Simon and cursed. Continue firing. Wave attack. Don't stop. Simon frowned slightly. The over-the-horizon weapons of the three universal civilizations began to fire continuously. Although the effects of the attacks could not be observed, the enemy's over-the-horizon attacks also stopped. Even if the World Tree has set up the Lurbo Space Protection Belt, our firepower at this frequency is enough to suppress them and make them have no time to retract the protective belt. This way, they won't be able to continue attacking us, an advisor said. Simon knocked on the table and shook his head. This is only a temporary plan. If we want to solve this once and for all, we still have to send a fleet to attack and destroy their artillery strongholds. Call some beyond grade as to accompany us and try to seize the Lurbo Space Protection Belt for research. Not long after, the beyond grade as on standby in the base were summoned and came to the combat conference room. After hearing Simon's explanation, they quickly understood the situation. Kasuyi stroked his chin and asked, "Both of them have to destroy the special equipment. Since we want to destroy the enemy's artillery stronghold and seize the enemy's special equipment, then Manison or Kant will lead the team." How many people do we need? It's best if there are 10 beyond grade, as in a group of sovereigns. Simon nodded. Isn't 10 a little too much? We shouldn't encounter any world tree experts this time. Sun Hunter turned to look at Hela. Can your surveillance channels see the situation of this artillery stronghold? No. Hela shook her head. The world tree did not use the prophet for this stronghold, and Destiny's Child could not see the composition of the other party. Therefore, everyone knew almost nothing about the situation of this stronghold. Currently, they only had the location calculated by the anti-over-the-horizon radar as a clue. This is all for safety reasons, Simon explained. The other party might not have built this stronghold just for long-range bombardment, but also as an outpost. We can't just sit back and watch the World Tree build a bridgehead. We have to take the initiative to attack and keep pushing their front line further away. The group discussed for a while and quickly decided that Kant would be the leader of this trip, leading the other 9 beyond grade as to attack. The association members and the direct descendants of the civilization were mixed. Because there were no World Tree experts among the targets, Aurora did not need to follow and remained in the main base. Very soon, Kant and the others formed an expedition team and arrived at the edge of the radar through the multidimensional sky opening transportation device, heading toward the temporary base of the World Tree. After sailing for a few days, the armed fleet of the 3 universal civilizations finally arrived at the target location. Outside the window, a group of galactic bases floated in this area. There were no blind spots around them, and they were surrounded by a hazy, glowing space. It was the Lurbo Space Protection Belt. Over-the-horizon light beams kept shooting from the back of this fleet. This was the suppression of the 3 universal civilizations' firepower that had lasted for several days. However, once they entered the Lurbo Space Protection Belt, the speed of the energy cannons immediately became like a turtle crawling. At the same time, the light beams quickly shrank until they dissipated. All their power was wiped out, as if they had entered an energy forbidden zone. It's here. There's no mistake. Kant's Lord's avatar's electronic eyes flashed, and the image was sent back to the main base. At the same time, the battleships of the 3 universal civilizations shot out interstellar missiles one after another, dragging their tails into the Lurbo Space Protection Belt. The physical missiles were not affected much and headed straight for the temporary bases in the center. However, the next moment, the armor on the surface of the base slid, and rows of turrets rose. A metal storm suddenly sprayed out, forming an airtight barrage. Halfway through, all the interstellar missiles that were shot over exploded, creating a series of fireworks. Energy weapons were ineffective, and physical missiles could not pass through the barrage. It was as difficult as a turtle shell. It's not easy. Looks like we have to attack inside and let the fleet pass through the Lurbo Space Protection Belt. Only then will it be easier to launch an effective attack on their bases, the fleet commander said in the channel. The Lurbo Space Protection Belt could not isolate the quantum network communication. Kant opened the quantum network vision and tried to invade the bases to seize control, but he was blocked by the firewall. There's a force protecting their firewall. I can't enter. Kant retracted his vision and hesitated. I feel like it's a trap. It's a little strange. Assault Team 2 and 3, go in and take a look. The fleet commander waved his hand and ordered a group of assault battleships to approach the other party's bases. The main force stayed around the main ship and did not move. After all, The other party had opened the Lerbo space protection belt, so they could not attack outside. Beep, beep, beep. However, at this moment, the radar on the ship suddenly let out an ear-piercing alarm. Hundreds of large-caliber planet-destroying beams suddenly shot over from another direction, heading straight for the armed fleet. There's a situation. Defense. Kant's expression changed. The mech legions surged out and formed shields. At the same time, the armed fleet also activated their own shields. The next moment, hundreds of beams of light shot over, blasting the shield until it was on the verge of collapse. Electric arcs shot out, and cracks appeared everywhere. This wave of beyond visual range attacks killed a small group of troops, but the rest of the power was blocked. However, before everyone could stabilize themselves, large-scale beyond visual range attacks came from all directions at the same time, causing the fleet to retreat step by step. The scene was transmitted back to the combat conference room of the main base. The expressions of Simon and the others changed slightly. Manison tapped the metal chin of a Lord's avatar and said, "It seems like the World Tree has built a beyond visual range camp of an unknown scale in an area that our radar has not touched. They use beyond visual range attack range to cover each other and guard each other. I'm afraid that their goal is not only to build an outpost, but also to use the Lerbo space protection belt to imitate us and create a firepower coverage area to wear down our military strength. What can you do?" Simon turned and asked. "If Black Star Surveillance Channel can't get the coordinates of these bases, as long as the bases don't fire, they will be invisible to us. The Lerbo space protection belt is too troublesome, and long-range attacks are almost useless. If we use troops to fill it, we will fall into the enemy's trap. This is not easy." Manison slowly shook his head. The three universal civilizations did have a sufficient amount of universal treasures, but the World Tree had conquered one civilization after another, and its foundation was even more shocking. It also had a lot of strategic weapons, and it could not be underestimated. Hearing this, Simon's expression was solemn, and he could not make up his mind. He pursed his lips and sighed. It's a pity that Black Star, the special consultant, is not here. Otherwise, I could ask for his opinion. Chapter 1366. Black Star's opinion was an important reference for the three universal civilizations when making decisions. It was as comfortable as reading a strategy and fighting monsters, allowing the upper echelons of the three universal civilizations to fully experience the joy of hugging someone's thigh. However, he could not contact Black Star now, so he could only think of a way himself and act according to the situation. Simon calmed himself down and slowly said, "Now, there are two solutions. One is to locate the various camp bases, and the other is to use an efficient and low-energy method to break through the Lerbo space protection belt and destroy the enemy's various artillery strongholds. If Destiny's Child surveillance does not yield any results, we can either passively wait for the various bases to launch over-the-horizon attacks and reverse analyze the source of the attacks, or wait for our control range to slowly cover it," a staff officer said. Hearing this, the ethereal commander shook his head and said, "As long as the World Trees over-the-horizon camps exist, they will definitely destroy our space anchoring orbits, surveillance base stations, and other facilities, preventing us from expanding our control range. In the areas that we do not cover, the World Tree can expand the scale of the camps at will. These resources are just a drop of water in the ocean to them. They can use extremely low costs to form a tug of war with us and obstruct our movements. So, from the looks of it, we can only wait for the other party to make a move before locking onto them. It's very passive. How about using reconnaissance ships to conduct a large-scale search? The area that we don't cover is too large. This method is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, the other party will definitely place a large number of patrol fleets near the camp area. It won't work easily. What about mysticism?" Secret Master interrupted. "The World Tree has targeted defenses in this regard, so we can't use mysticism to locate them." Everyone discussed for a while, but did not come up with an effective plan. They could only put aside the problem of locating them and discuss the attack method. Compared to locating them, destroying the base is not difficult. This time, the dynasty's commander said slowly, "We can use the space-time splicing technology to allow the small fleet to carry high-energy explosive bombs and directly pass through the Lurbo space protection belt to blow up the other party's base." Space-time splicing technology is indeed feasible. Simon pondered for a few seconds before nodding. During the war mobilization phase, the three universal civilizations had communicated with each other and briefly introduced most of their trump cards to each other. This was why the upper echelons of Radiance and Ethereal all knew that the dynasty had the space-time splicing technology. In terms of the method of attacking the camp, everyone had the same opinion. The space-time splicing technology was extremely suitable for this kind of large-scale attack. Compared to sending the army to take the brunt of the enemy's firepower, this was obviously a method with lower consumption. The cost was at most a few hundred warships and a group of dispensable suicide squads. The main reason was to be safe and switch to manual control in case of an accident. Everyone present had a good idea of who would be in the suicide squad. Let the immortals of our army carry out the space-time splicing mission. This is a job that they love, Aurora said, blinking her eyes. Sure. Simon had no objections. After pausing for a moment, he added, "It's best for the suicide squad to choose low-pollution bombs, and they have to be powerful enough. Otherwise, they won't even be able to blow up the shield of the base." After deciding on the method of attack, the group returned to the topic of positioning. There had to be a result. It's not impossible to passively wait for the enemy to attack, but if we can't block the enemy's attacks, our losses will only increase. We need to find a way to protect the various branches of the space stabilization anchor. With all due respect, it's almost impossible to protect the safety of all the orbital branches under the enemy's attack of an unknown scale and direction. After all, there are too many branches, and the number is still increasing. We don't have a defensive device like the Lurbo space protection belt. At most, we can only try our best to clear the directional targets left behind by the enemy's small troops, an officer said helplessly. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the open. We can't deal with it for the time being. However, if we can seize and analyze the Lurbo space protection belt, we can have the same defensive advantage as the enemy and reduce our passivity. Simon pondered and said, "Therefore, other than the space-time splicing suicide squad attack, we still have to send official troops depending on the situation. The space-time splicing squad could only die and could not obtain any spoils of war. They still had to rely on high-level combatants. Currently, one of the few good news was that the targets of the world trees over the horizon attacks were limited. They either aimed at the directional targets left behind by the reconnaissance troops or the targets near the base. They could not accurately attack other locations. It was equivalent to every camp base being a trap. Only when the three universal civilizations' fleets attacked them would they be exposed, so they were not too worried about being attacked by over-the-horizon attacks on the way. Kant's army quickly retreated, losing a lot of men. Most of the outer armor of the remaining battleships had traces of damage. They did not complete the mission and could not destroy the World Tree base. The only gain was that when they were enduring the over-the-horizon attacks from other directions, the intelligent calculation model had analyzed the locations of a few new camps, increasing the targets of the three universal civilizations' attacks. Not long after, the second batch of fleets set off, heading toward these bases separately. They were all equipped with the dynasty's improved space-time splicing device, which would only be activated when they arrived at their destination. The crew members were basically army players who had been recruited temporarily. They did not have the tragic atmosphere of a hero who would never return. The atmosphere of every battleship was very relaxed, and a large number of players had happy expressions on their faces. They did not look like a group of death squads, but more like they were on an outing. I didn't expect the rewards for such a suicidal mission to be so generous. Luckily, I got it. It's too easy to complete the mission just by sending people to their deaths. How comfortable. If we can do it a few more times, wouldn't it be equivalent to farming EXP? Hearing the excited discussions of the players around him, Madblade was also very happy. The players were the designated members of the Suicide Squad, and only the players could accept this mission. The mission briefly introduced the combat mission of the Space-Time Splicing Force. The players were shocked to find that this mission was actually not difficult for them at all, but the mission reward was so high that it was shocking. Even the credit of destroying the enemy base was given to them. It was equivalent to not doing anything. As long as they went out and sent a wave of heads, they would be able to obtain EXP. It was extremely easy, just like farming EXP. According to the forum, this combat mission was very important. It was actually very difficult and was equivalent to a suicide mission for normal soldiers. However, their innate advantages just happened to counter this difficulty, so they could obtain a high reward that did not seem to match the difficulty at all with a very small cost. Not many players were willing to miss such a good opportunity. Due to the limited number of slots, many players almost fought over it. Only a few people obtained the chance to go out and were overjoyed. Amidst the excited atmosphere of the players, the various fleets arrived at the different World Tree bases. Without a word, they activated the space-time splicing device and moved toward the base. All sorts of over-the-horizon attacks came one after another, shattering the fleet. However, the next moment, the fleet returned to normal and continued to jump forward. Very soon, they broke into the Lerbo space protection belt and were not affected. When the space-time splicing force was halfway there, the World Tree base sensed through the space radar that this was an unknown space-time technology. They quickly stopped their normal attacks and used space-time methods to target it. The space-time splicing technique was not unsolvable. Its nemesis was space-time technology. Back then, the dynasty had also used the same method to crack this black technology from the Kundi race. The World Tree base's response was very effective. The distance between each frame of the space-time splicing force began to shorten, and the flickering white noise on the surface became denser. The collapse speed increased. However, after many years of improvement by the Red Empire, although the space-time splicing technique was still countered by space methods, its resistance had greatly increased, and it could last for a longer time. The space-time splicing force carrying the high-energy explosive bombs endured the World Tree base's targeting and stubbornly passed through the Lerbo space protection belt, exploding in the base group. Amidst the shocking fluctuations, dazzling energy balls lit up in the universe one after another, engulfing the entire base. At the same time, in the temporary base of the Black Star Corps, white light flashed, and the army players who acted as the Suicide Squad revived in their bound stronghold. Madblade opened the interface and looked at the mission that had become completed. He smiled like a chrysanthemum blooming. I'm rich. After eating this wave of rewards, my level should be able to surpass the players in the first tier. I wonder if this mission is a one-time thing. I really hope to do it a few more times. Using the space-time splicing technique, the three universal civilizations could effectively attack the World Trees over the Horizon camps. The World Tree did not have a good solution for this kind of black technology. It could only continue to carry out its original strategy and continuously destroy the anchoring orbit of the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations, on the other hand, kept sending people to destroy the exposed bases, and the two sides engaged in a tug of war. Because the space-time splicing force was not afraid of conventional attacks, the World Tree reduced the over-the-horizon attacks against the incoming fleet. It did not want to expose the location of more bases for nothing. Making use of this, the three universal civilizations secretly sent out a wave of normal fleets led by high-level combatants to mix in with the space-time splicing force and successfully break through a base. They seized a set of Lerbo space protection belt equipment and hurriedly transported it back to the main base for analysis. In the huge Frontline Research Institute, the Lerbo space protection belt generator was suspended in a vacuum bubble. A large number of mechanical probes were inserted into the structure of the device, constantly detecting the parameters and deducing the principles. Countless technicians were busy in front of different instruments. Simon and the other senior officers were also paying attention to the analysis progress of the Research Institute. The remote projection stood on the ground and looked up at the Lurbo space protection belt in the air. They were excited. Originally, it was just an attempt. I didn't expect to really seize this device. The expedition team was almost wiped out. If we can analyze this technology, not only will we be able to deal with the enemy's over-the-horizon attacks, our intercepting circle will also be more difficult to break through. Just as the group was rejoicing, the lights of the Research Institute suddenly turned into a dazzling blood-red color, and a buzzing alarm sounded. Alert! Alert! Unknown data has been detected trying to sneak into the firewall. The technicians present trembled and quickly checked the source of the problem. What happened? Simon's expression changed. Reporting this device seized by the front line seems to carry some kind of extremely latent data virus. It is invading the firewall on its own, trying to search for information from our database. The research team leader hurriedly replied, "Where's the hidden danger inspection report? Why didn't we find this virus beforehand?" Simon asked. All the tests were passed. It can only be explained that this unknown virus escaped our detection. The research team leader gritted his teeth. At this moment, the frequency of the alarm increased again. Many technicians were sweating profusely as they shouted, "The level 1 firewall has been breached. The level 2 firewall has been breached. Too fast. The invasion speed of this virus is too fast. Requesting immediate mobilization of the main artificial intelligence computing power to suppress it." Simon hurriedly leaned in front of the technician's screen to take a look. He saw that this unknown virus was like a hot knife through butter, breaking through layers of firewall shells, and was about to officially enter the quantum network on the surface of the intercepting circle base group. However, at this moment, silver streams of data suddenly appeared, instantly wrapping around this unknown virus. It was like white blood cells swallowing the virus. No matter how hard it tried, it could not escape the seal of the silver data, and its speed instantly slowed down. A large amount of silver data streams appeared again, condensing into Manison's virtual figure with a calm expression. The Mecha Empire. Simon's eyes lit up. "I sense fluctuations in the network. Looks like there's a problem here. Is this the World Trees virus?" Manison reached out and grabbed this struggling, unknown virus in his hand, carefully sizing up. Seeing this, Simon immediately asked, "How's the situation?" "This thing is a virus-type artificial intelligence, not pure data." Manison replied calmly. At this moment, this unknown virus suddenly exploded and disappeared. The alarm of the Research Institute immediately stopped, and the lights returned to normal. "You destroyed it?" Simon was stunned. "No, it realized that it couldn't break through my seal, so it decomposed itself. If I'm not wrong, this artificial intelligence life is a member of the World Tree and can also enjoy the revival of the World Tree. It has an innate advantage in the quantum network, and most firewalls can't stop it." Manison narrowed his eyes. "I see." Simon pondered for a few seconds before relaxing. "Fortunately, we have you this time. Otherwise, even if we could eliminate it, some information would have been leaked. If the 3 universal civilizations mobilized more of their main artificial intelligence computing power, they could also eliminate this artificial intelligence life, but they were a step too slow. If not for Manison's high-speed reaction, the enemy's artificial intelligence virus might have invaded the quantum network and allowed the World Tree to know a portion of their information through information sharing. Due to the disadvantage in intelligence, the World Tree had used more methods to gather information about the 3 universal civilizations. Naturally, information warfare was inevitable. "Black Star isn't here. Leave this to me," Manison replied calmly and deactivated the virtual figure. Hearing this, Simon heaved a sigh of relief. Although when the strongest mechanic in the galaxy was mentioned, the first person everyone thought of was Black Star, causing the existence of the Mecha Empire to decrease. However, He could not underestimate the Mecha Empire just because of Black Star's strength. After all, he was at the peak of the previous generation of mechanics, and his standard was still there. Putting aside the conflict of ideals, Simon still believed in the Mecha Empire's ability. Although they had temporarily lost Black Star's help, with the foundation that Han Shao had laid, the three universal civilizations were still fighting the World Tree. Both sides used all kinds of universal treasures and special technologies to restrain each other. For the time being, they could not do anything to each other. The World Tree would occasionally send out some foreign experts that it had devoured to test the waters. Due to Black Star's existence, the World Tree had already turned the foreign experts into cannon fodder. Since they could not be of any use on the battlefield, they might as well use them to harass and exhaust them. However, because Han Shao had entered the sanctum, the foreign experts of the World Tree did not receive the virtual purification treatment and could only be killed by the Beyond Grade as of the explored universe. However, even without Black Star, the Beyond Grade as were still able to hold their own and did not cause any trouble. The two sides fought back and forth while silently brewing. The intensity was maintained at a relatively low level. This stalemate lasted for about 2 months before Han Shao returned from the Sanctum. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.